Alright, I had to show up because that one was fucking crazy. Can we ban Sage already? He's only a Soulframe streamer. He shouldn't be in a Warframe stream. Shaking my head. I regret missing your presence the other day. That's fucked up. That's so fucked up. Hi, everybody. Hi, everyone. Alright, yeah, we're doing Warframe today. I don't know if we'll do it for the whole day, but I want to do it because we're talking about because the new changes and stuff with the Rivens. YouTube chat reminder, already done. I got it this time. But you're laughing. I was. It's already in the quotes channel too. Good job, Bungo. Thanks. Thanks, man. Thanks. Oh, I got an update. I got an update. We had people talking about the model yesterday. And my artist sent me an update. And it's awesome. It's very silly. And you'll see it when it's done. At this point, I'm not gonna share any more spoilers because it's you guys already know kind of what it looks like, but I wanna save the rest of it for a secret. I want to make it secret. Yeah, a couple of people have seen it, but mostly mods. Only mods. I'm excited about it, man. I'm excited. It's going to be a good model. You guys, I know a lot of you guys have mentioned liking this model still because you like the scuff. Don't worry. The other model will be just as good. What do we mean? Rivens are changing? We'll go over that in just a second. I'm waiting for people to filter in. The update will be something like the dragon is slightly green. No. No. Thought you were going to tease it. I'm starting to get full actual updates. She's gonna work on some of the rigging tomorrow, but she was just working on the rest of the art today. One of the additional pieces that I've asked for, and we're gonna try to get a couple of things that may or may not make it to the version that I want, or the first version. But after that, I'm gonna be commissioning her for updates once we're done that. But yeah. Hi Zetsuba, how you doing? I want to find a way to stop doing sheetrock and drywall at this point. Also, in fairness, thank for the tier 1 resub. I appreciate it. I know you said he was auto resubbing you, but I can't refund them. I don't have that option. That would be a Twitch thing. But yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm very excited. She did say 6 months, and it has been 5 months. So, oh yeah, and Dolly Parton passed away. Like, oh, fuck. You know what? Hold on. How many songs did Dolly Parton put out over her songs? Are we listening to Dolly Parton today? Yeah. Yeah. Fuck it. If you want to listen to Dolly Parton with me, come to Twitch. I'm sorry YouTube would ban me. She passed today, yeah. Yeah. It's really unfortunate. We'll listen to her today. It's very sad, yeah. New resources for the Horde? Yep. Can't believe I learned that news in a dev short. I learned about it technically after the dev short already ended, but I wasn't watching the dev short when I found out. My mom told me. Okay. So, let's talk about the Riven changes, because there's some people who missed them, because it was announced in the dev short, but there is this whole sheet here that we're going to go over, and I'm going to read it out as we go. So this was posted by DE Juice 3 hours ago. Can't believe I found out about someone's death in the stream of a teal dragon. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, but her husband passed away recently, just before her, and then she started dwindling down in her health, and so I think that's partially it. She was 80. She was 80. We love spreadsheets. This shouldn't be a spreadsheet, I hope. Okay. Hey, Tenno, if you missed Dev Shorts number 115, we showed off a couple of new changes coming to Riven mods. To ensure that information reaches everybody, we're going to recap it for you right here as well. First, we showed that you can combine stats on your Riven into new stats. The resulting stats are brand new to Riven mods, unavailable through stat cycling. For example, cold and heat would combine to make blast. You'll be able to combine things, or combine using a new resources coming in the Ice Blade of Naren update, available exclusively in upcoming hard content. Okay? So, my assumption is this is going to be a weekly locked resource, but you'll be able to combine statuses. This music is still a little too loud, 1 second. Yeah, it will likely be exclusive to like a weekly resource. You'll probably get 2, 3, maybe 5 of it. I don't know. I'm unsure. But my assumption is they don't want you to have like a ridiculous amount of them. We are getting Kuva too, but just hold on. But the really important thing is that you can now make combined statuses. You can make weak point damage with damage and multi-shot. There's likely a ton of different other combinations, like elemental damage, as in like elementalist damage. We'll get combined statuses. I wonder if one of the combined statuses is going to be... Geez, sorry. If one of the combined stats is going to be parkour speed or dodge speed or whatever. I wonder if we're going to get set bonuses, because there's so many so many possible combinations, but what are all of them going to be? What do you mean that happens? Chickens with massive boobas? You want to see them? I just joined it. What the fuck did I see in the chicken with tits? Yeah, this one. Boom. Boom. Yeah. 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 There's a shark. This is my wife, Sharon. She's got big boobas. I'm gonna make her smaller again. That was too big and it wouldn't let me rewind it. Anyways, I think they mentioned status damage. Possible, yeah. It's possible. It's most likely gonna be here. Last one, Slop just got a huge upgrade. Dude, so many things did. Didn't Lesbian Space Princess go down?
Bunk.
Didn't they cancel? Didn't they cancel development? Also, I heard it wasn't even that bad. Evolution resource looks like Riven projectors, which makes me wonder if we're getting a Cephalon Simodius lore. It's possible. It's possible. Second, a request for Rivens we've heard for years. Locking a stat. We'll be adding another new resource which you can use to lock a stat, preventing it from changing during cycling. This new resource will be available to collect without venturing into hard content, but obtained in larger quantities from upcoming hard content. So you'll probably farm higher content for it. A lock menu will allow you to select one stat and only one stat to lock on your Riven, and when the Riven is cycled, that stat won't change. When you cycle, it costs an amount of this resource, in addition to Kuva as a lock stat. So, here's the interesting thing about this. Here's the really interesting, like the super interesting thing. See how this is 303? This 303? This is a 2-stat 1 negative Riven. This is a higher value because it's a 2-stat 1 negative Riven. Is this going to remain the higher stat when you re-roll it and get 2 stats and a negative? Is that going to remain higher? Because that is just a raw damage buff for Rivens. It does say that stat won't change, but we'll see. Yeah, just heard she died today. Yeah, we're listening to her today, so we'll honor her memory by listening to all her music. Are they hinting at something new with hard content, or is it just Tau Steel Path? We're getting like a new Archimedia difficulty-esque mission, basically, with Iceblade of Nara. That's it. Bungus, what wisdom do you teach? We're just talking about the Rivens. We're going to talk about exactly what this change means, because it's a lot bigger than it actually sounds. I think the internal multiplier still applies. Okay, so would it keep the grading? So if you rolled a S tier damage stat and then locked it, would it stay S tier damage or would it roll random? You want to do more fish game? You, Sage, and I need to play more fish game. I'm down. I'm down. We played a lot of fish game actually. I wish that they cycled it so that we could see if it would change, but we'll see. We'll see when it comes out. Oh, Subnautica. Oh. Is it even... We finished everything that was in the game, didn't we? Yeah, there's no, like... There's no new things right now. They didn't actually add anything. Unfortunately. As much as I do also want to play more of it, I don't think there's anything new for us to play. Unless we find, like, mods and get, like, a Chaos mod or something. It was fun. It was fun. I think it will stay S and just affect the rating and of next available stats that can be rolled. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking maybe. I don't know. I'll have to farm more Kuva. By the way, you have a long snout. I do. Look at me. Big nose. For balance, but I'm also long. I'm really long. My head is only... Like, my head looks big, but my whole body is just very long. Yeah, the new How To Fish game, that actually does sound really fun. It does sound really fun. We'll have more details to share as Iceblade. So we're gonna get more information in the update, so or in the dev stream. So we'll look for that in dev stream 197, which should be what, a couple weeks from now, next week. When is dev stream 197? Ah! September 4th. Okay, we'll find out more in, what is that, fucking 9 days? 9 days. Okay, yeah. So let's talk about what this means for Rivens. So what does this mean? So we can combine and lock? You're going to bed, Moggle? 4th yawn? 5 a.m. your time. Damn. Played How to Fish with my buddy. That game is criminally hilarious. Yeah, I'm excited to shoot. Maybe we'll play it. Maybe we'll play it. Okay, so you can combine stats, right? So let's say you get cold plus toxin plus, let's say, damage, and then minus recoil. You can combine these two into viral, and then it will add plus random stat. Right? Which means now you have viral plus damage plus, let's say, status chance. And then minus recoil. However, this is not where it stops. Let's say that viral, and then you take damage and status chance, and then you combine these two into elemental damage, toxin, plus viral, plus, and then it'll be a random stat, and then minus recoil. Right, so now you have elemental damage and viral plus a random stat. And let's say this random stat's not a good one. Let's say it's, let's say it's magazine size. Right? That's really not that big a deal. That's not really going to add a lot. But you'll have elemental damage and viral on a Riven. Plus zoom. You could get plus zoom. But let's say magazine size, because it's whatever. If you're looking for something more than this, you have to reroll this. You will be rerolling with a locked viral stat. Not what we want. So you'll reroll with this being locked. And then we get 2 random stats, or up to 3 random stats, right? Because we're going to get rid of the elemental damage entirely. Let's say we roll cold and crit damage. And then minus... no, we don't even get a negative, right? So there is going to be a lot more RNG when it comes to these Rivens, is what I'm trying to point out. Dude, I had this whole argument, this whole conversation in my head about how I was going to explain this, and I feel like I've done it so poorly. Basically, you're going to have to roll, if you want like a perfect Riven that has 3 combined stats, you're going to be rolling a lot and potentially wasting a lot of resources to do this. So the top end Rivens are going to be better than they ever have been, because simply we just are getting better stats. However, the low-end Rivens are going to be far easier to get. And low-end as in, like, old God roll Rivens. Would they even make it possible to roll a different status effect with a combined stat? Yes. Yes. Pablo was talking about that. We'll jump onto his Twitter for a second and look at what he was talking about. So, it is possible to get 3 combined stats and a negative. Just so we know. However, let's talk about what that entails, being specifically how many steps you need to go through and get right. So, first off, you have a rolled Riven. Let's say I got Toxin, plus heat, plus cold, and then plus heat. And then minus zoom. Right? I combine to viral, plus heat, and then plus cold. And then minus zoom. Right? So we already got lucky and ended up getting pretty close. Arguably, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We already got lucky and got heat and cold. So now we take viral plus blast, which we combined off of heat and cold. And then we got, now let's say we get, I don't fucking know, damage. And then minus zoom. And let's say that is actually the combination that you want. But then you get viral, blast, plus whatever this, like the damage and zoom combines into. So, combined stat, we don't know. And then you get minus zoom. Fix those links. Which links? Which links? Which ones? What links are we talking about? The one from Zelda? You'd only be able to lock one, yes. So, the likelihood is 2 statuses is really easy to get. Or 2 combined statuses is easier to get. Use the link feature. What link feature? I don't really look at Instagram. Me, the crazy Umbra player, came here to say thank you for Zaku Prime. Easily my new main. He's fun. Hell yeah. The crazy Umbra player. Nice. Nice. So this is actually going to be pretty easy to get. Not so bad to get. But insanely hard to get. Holy shit. So, the difference between this and this is actually nuts. So this is more likely where you're going to end up stopping with most Rivens. Right? Because you're going to lock whatever combined stat that you get. And then you're going to get, or you're going to just roll it until you get viral multi-shot crit damage. Right? If you roll with two combined stats, can't you only lock one of them? You would end up losing one of these rolls. These when rolling, even if you lock one. Yep. Yep. So, the way it's going to work, right, is let's say you get viral heat cold, right, minus zoom. Then, you combine blast, or heat and cold into blast, and then you get status duration, and then minus zoom. If you want to change that status duration, you go back. And you try to roll this combo again. So, oh, in setting, please, what are you talking about? What setting? What are we talking about with Rick? What? I don't understand. Explain yourself. On Insta, what? What links? I don't look at Instagram comments, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Viral plus blast roll will have me feeling like how the 1% of gamblers feel like. Yeah, so it's gonna be. Let me just put the like random numbers in, right? Like this is already gonna be pretty hard to get. Really hard to random roll, right? And then getting this is insane luck, but possible. And then this, a lot of RNG. This, nearly impossible. That's what we're talking about. Basically, the triple combined status that you're looking to get is going to be near impossible. Check your Insta DMs. I'm going. General? Yeah, send it. Links? That's not an option for me. Here, I'll send it. It's not an option. I set it up all on PC, and Instagram on PC is just fucking trash. So it's probably that. The other side is really hard for him to bend down and get to. Just help him repaint the desk. Oh. What? I have to slide RNGesus another 20 and a desk job before rolling for Rivens? Bro, you're gonna have to give RNGesus like $1 million. Like, the chances of you rolling this is probably around that. It's probably around that. That's just a total guess. Throw it in the dark. So not only do you have to get your first roll to get Toxin and Cold, which isn't too bad. That one's not too bad. But then on top of that, you have to roll with a locked status on Viral to get Blast, which is Heat and Cold. And then when you combine Heat and Cold, you have to have already rolled a negative that is positive to you, or at least fine. And then when you combine it, or sorry, you have to have already rolled a negative that's the one you're looking for. And then you need the combined extra status that you get from Blast to add the correct status for you to combine with your negative so that you can combine that, and then that has to roll the proper negative. And if it rolls like minus multi-shot, then you're fucked. So you have to bank on RNG about 4 times. With like a 1 in 100 at minimum. Oh. It is, okay, so we're talking about specifically getting a triple combined status. We're talking about specifically getting a triple combined status. However, getting something like this, and then locking Viral and getting, like, actually, even just fucking CCCD MS minus Zoom Rivens are now way easier to get. Right? Like, the current God-rolled Rivens are now going to be significantly easier to get, because all you're going to be doing is, like, locking MS, locking multi-shot, and then rolling 3 stats instead of 4. Right? So that is just, you're cutting down on a quarter of the RNG, which is fantastic. This is going to be amazing. Like, actually so good. For most people. Like, this is going to give you so many usable Rivens for your account now. Imagine the plat cost, right? Angel Demonic. Sorry for absence, took a break when work picked up. Don't worry, you don't have to apologize. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Wanting to sell Sobek Riven, 147% blast, 100% viral, minus 102% damage, 2k plat, only serious offers. Dude, that kind of Riven hurts me. Because we're going to have so many of those. You're going to combine a stat, and you're going to be like, oh, cool, I'm going to get a better... Nope. Reroll, baby. Get ready. How many more things have we broken since Series around? I'm going to show one in a couple minutes here, but we did break something else. Or at least somebody mentioned it, and then I broke it. The Warframe market people who were complaining about this don't realize just how much more plat they can make. Well, okay. So here's the big problem for those people. It is going to devalue the current Rivens. Like, a lot of the current Rivens are about to be devalued heavily. Let's take this one, for example. I have a Bursten Riven here. This one. This Riven is the perfect Acuity Riven. And Bursten's really good with Acuity. Right? This weapon is nuts with Acuity. However, when we're going to look at Acuity now for a God rolled Riven, you're gonna look for weak point damage. Because fucking why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? So this Riven's actually gonna go down in price, even though this Riven's not that expensive. I think it's about 800. Because apparently people don't think that the Burstin is a good has a negative. Yeah, so it's like 900. Okay, mine's about 2,500. Most God roll are going to be mid/low end. No, they'll still be good. Don't get me wrong. Let's dial it back here. God rolled Rivens currently are still going to be nuts. They're still going to be so usable, and they're going to be way easier to roll. You're just not going to be able to sell them as heavily. That's it. Saw the Iron Skin nuke intro. I think I just pissed my pants laughing. I don't understand where you're coming from. You're happy, frustrated with the future. Oh, I think this is going to be great. This is going to be fantastic. Not only is this going to be really good for new players, it's also going to be really good for theory crafting shit. Because, dude, do you understand how fucking funny a Zaw with blast corrosive gas on it is going to be? Or blast corrosive with, I don't know, cold to get the 3 statuses? What's the point in a Burstin Riven when the base with Incarnate is already so good? Is it like level cap? Honestly, it's mostly because I have one. That's it. I just have one, so I just put it on. Otherwise, no, you don't even need one. I mean, it's the same as like the Torrid, right? I have this Riven for the Torrid, but I don't need a Torrid Riven. They said you could get 2 combo elements with the same base element. Yes. Yes. You can get 3 combo elements if you want. All 3 toxin ones if you want. You could get gas, corrosive, and viral. All toxin combines. It's fun, right? It's so interesting. But I think the biggest thing is like even mods like this. Here, this mod right here, Damzavari, is just 240% viral, which is a great, simple mod that's wildly interesting. And this is going to be very similar to the way Rivens are going to exist in a second. What would you theoretically see as a God combined Slam Riven? Oh, fuck. God combined? I mean, without knowing what stats there are, it's going to be hard. If we're looking at, like, maybe you can get slam attack damage? Like this? Maybe you'll need to combine a crit chance with damage? I don't know. Like, if this is a stat that you can get on a God-rolled Riven or on a melee Riven for slams, hell yeah. Then it's this. Because this is multiplicative. If you can get, I don't know, what is another, It's honestly probably this and then crit chance, crit damage still. Or it's this, crit damage, and then combo. Dude, if Slam Radius exists on Rivens after this change, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, this is why we don't know. If you literally are able to get slam attack damage, slam radius, and then like slam recovery speed, oh, oh god. It's going for status damage, gas, and being whimsy with it. Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be so many interesting combos. So I think they can get heavy damage and efficiency. Is slam recovery speed even a stat in this game? Nope. Negative slam radius. Fuck this one guy, Riven. You're not wrong. This stream makes me want to stream Warframe myself more often. Yeah, why not? Fuck it. Press the go live button. Go yell at the microphone for an hour. It's fun. Fellow like me is going for status damage, gas, and being whimsy with it. Yeah. Minus 100% slam radius. That'll actually be a really good negative. No, I don't think we'll get that. Because I don't think we're getting combined negatives. Now that I think about it. We're not getting any new negatives. At least, there could be. They didn't say we aren't, but... Dude, imagine if one of the stats is just slam status percent. HEMA minus 100% viral. Anyways, it's going to be too hard to gauge what is going to be best in slot at the moment because of just how many options there are. And what are they going to do? Like what are the stats? What if we get an entirely new stat that's just Bane of everything? What if you combine statuses to be like two Bane statuses together and it's just a multiplier to your weapon? You do 1.5 times damage to everything. Okay. Well, that's new God roll, isn't it? Surprise. Hi, Aurelia. How you doing? Should make you want to roll more since it's easier to get better Rivens? Yes. Imagine Phantasma with gas and blast. To be honest, I'd lock a minus zoom and roll. I might do the same. Yeah, God rolls are going to be way more expensive. God rolls currently are going to be cheaper. Like if you're looking for a crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, minus zoom, I don't know, burst and Riven, for example, that's going to be cheaper. Because you're going to be able to roll it easier yourself. There's just going to be more of them in the market. That's it. Like, that's the reason why it'll be cheaper. Like, you just lock a multi-shot and then roll it until you get crit chance, crit damage, and then minus zoom. Done. I've only just started caring about rolling one Riven at 226 rolls. I would actually stop. My advice for anybody rolling Rivens right now is stop until the update comes out. Because it is... there's just too many things. There's just too many ways that the game could potentially change the way Rivens are going to exist in that update. What do you mean Rivens are changing? So this post right here, we are going to be able to combine stats into different stats. Currently they showed weak point damage, and we know that blast exists, so we're likely getting combined statuses. So you can do like viral, corrosive, etc. And we're going to be able to lock a stat. So it's going to be way easier to roll good Rivens. Although it's going to be way harder to roll God rolled Rivens, but you know, it's a big day. It's big. It's very big. But I like Zephyr and Ivara, so why am I trying to limit myself based on trying to level cap demolish things? Yeah, exactly. Right? Dude, locking a stat is gonna be crazy. Yeah, if you're interested in this change at all, heavily suggest stop rolling. Don't spend any Kuva. Farm Kuva. Farm Kuva for the update. Farm Steel Essence, do arbitrations, get Kuva, and then when the update comes out, farm the shit out of the Naren, the new Ice Blade of Naren updates, because that's where they said they're specifically coming from. Get good at those missions as soon as possible. Because God rolled Rivens are now going to be triple status combined, because that is possible. Best Kuva farm Teshin or just Fortress? It's arbitrations, technically. Meta arbitrations. You have no idea how long I've waited for a Riven stat. Waited to lock a Riven stat. It's like getting a jackpot. Dude, I'm telling you. It's so good. I don't get why they only allow one stat lock instead of scaling the reroll price up the more are locked. I get why they wouldn't. I get why they wouldn't. They don't. This is like a huge moneymaker for them. And they don't really want to make it not. So the base is good overall. Riven is get Toxin and Cold. Those two alone will free up one mod slot. Yes. Because then you'll just combine it to Viral. And then you never have to mod Viral. It's almost certainly to not anger people, yes. 0.5 Vitus per minute with randos, yeah. On 2K Kuva right now, I don't know what happened. Go spend your Steel Essence on Kuva. Every week, if you can. Also, what is this? What is this? What are we looking at here? What's this sheet? They show this as the weapon, but they also show this as Dara. Is it other... Are these other weapons that are the same? Oh no, I wouldn't want to anger the Riven Mafia. True. You wouldn't want to... I wouldn't want the Riven Mafia to be angry. I mean, yeah. Just a new Riven screen. I think it's a new Riven screen. Just so that you can search for your Rivens faster. I don't know. The capacity costs? I think these are all just placeholders. I think the 10 is probably just a placeholder. To be fair, this one looks... It's just a Clem icon. And the resource cost is a Clem icon. New Rivens will allow me to build an Ignis with every status that actually does damage now. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, fuck, let Clem be the new Riven currency? God damn. God damn. There's only one Clem. We're all gonna be fighting over him. 500 Clem Spectres. Oh, no. Dude, you're only gonna be able to lock one mod every 3 years. Okay. I want to show something really quick because I found it yesterday when somebody mentioned that I should use Irradiate on the Mars. And there's a really interesting interaction here that I want to talk about, just briefly. Because I kind of glossed over Irradiate because it was still kind of eh. It just didn't really, it's fine, but it's weird. But so let me swap to the right Riven here. I went to the wrong build. Whoop. Okay, so this is my Irradiate build really quick. It's very simple. It's literally just radiation and then Irradiate. You would probably build this different if you're running what I'm planning to run here. But with this build, if I shoot at this enemy and get Irradiate to trigger, these enemies actually get electricity. Which is not how that's normally supposed to go. Essentially what happens is that the augment mod is applying the status to the enemies hit by Irradiate. Well, that's interesting. It's still not great unless you put it on somebody who can Viral Prime. Because if you put it on somebody who can Viral Prime, and let's say we Viral Prime like this, and then Armor Strip, it kind of shreds, actually. So the reason why it shreds, let's talk about this really quick. So this says, on hitting enemies afflicted by 10 stacks of radiation, deal 180% of the hit damage to enemies within 7 meters. This affects the damage of prototype shock coils twice. It's scaling twice. So the main target actually dies slower than all the other targets. So if for example, I hit this butcher, these guys are actually taking larger ticks of electricity than the Butcher is. Weird, right? So, if you're planning to use this weapon, use it on a frame that can radiation prime. So, Corvex, fucking Oberon, Nyx, etc. And then it actually genuinely is a good weapon because of the way that the interaction of the augment works. Working as intended, honestly. Yeah. Also, I was wrong. It does scale off of your status chance. So the chance to trigger the electricity status does scale off of status chance. I do drop. Hi. Welcome in. We're just talking about the Rivens and... Oh my god! Inspecting my bush? My bush? Is it down there? Do you see it? You see my bush? You see it? Is it there? Hi, how's it going? How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Who'd you get into? How many people did you fuck? I mean, kill in Warframe. Thought your username and model were so cute I had to raid. Oh, hi. Pure tranquility, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Already spreads 180% of the damage dealt. It does, yeah. I just wish a Radiant's area of effect was larger. I was also warring my frames. Hell yeah. What were you up? What were you doing? What were you getting into? Heavy gunner. Now I'm curious. And this is, by the way, this is on enemies with who are resistant to radiation. Yeah. And irradiate spreads thermagnetic shells. Really? Oh, yeah, you were talking about that the other day. Okay, I remember. I got you. Honestly, though, if I'm honest, this does make it so that this weapon is my favorite Nyx weapon for her secondary. Which is interesting. That is an interesting thing. Bonk. Owie. We're gonna get the B-Drift Vale City Goth city music going? No, we're listening to Dolly Parton today because she passed away. So no. Do some farming, some standing, some other missions. I guess I'm a baby Tenno. I don't know what that entails. How early on are you? Farming some standing, some other missions. What were you doing? Clearing star chart? What we doing? What's the game type? Yeah, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. This actually probably weirdly outperforms the Ocucore. On specifically on Nyx. Like we'll even go into a Radiate with this weapon. Okay, no it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But it's pretty good. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Ow. Combat discipline killed me. No, please. Oh. Dumb Star Chart. I have old piece of quest to do next. Ah, so you're like at the end of the quest line. Okay. It's still new, but yeah, you're good. You're doing good. You're doing good. Hell yeah. Are you enjoying Warframe? Oh, yeah. Imagine Terra Capillar could feed the EFV quite well. Yes. You love the Warframe community, man. People here are so awesome here. I agree. They can be. Outperforming Ocucore is going to be hard. You're right. But to be fair, they were pretty comparative, which is weird. Really weird for the EFV. Do I have the ability to recoil? Can I put this in? I can put this one in. Also, Dewdrop, if you do have to raid and run, you're more than welcome to. I'm not going to hold you here for any reason. Am I on the wrong weapon? I'm on the wrong build, aren't I? Oh! I was. Played the game for a while, like a year ago or so. I forgot about it. It's been back, and I've been back into it recently. There's so much to do, so I neglect to do the main quests. Yeah, honestly, keep having fun with random shit. That's, like, the beauty of Warframe. It's the beauty of what Warframe is capable of doing. Which is just fun. I don't know. What if I alt-fire this? Yeah, no, that was worthless. Why did I do that? Dewdrop, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me hit you back with one. One sec. Oh, I really like your background. Oh, that's cute. I'll run now, though. I like your vibes. Have a good stream. See you later. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. And thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. And take care of yourself. Make sure you're getting that water in you after stream. It's very important, especially when you're yapping like I do. I get it. Get better at farming a mission instead of spending more game time just sitting in my orbiter. Bro, same. I do I do that so often. The irradiate causes the shock to trigger gas? Wait, so does the... Wait a second. This shouldn't... This is not how this should work. This should not trigger valence formation, right? It fucking does. Hold on, is this miscellaneous damage? Uh-oh. No way. No. No. That's not... Hold on. Let me make sure this is working the way it's supposed to. No. Okay, sorry. No, it does trigger on... Okay, it's not miscellaneous damage. Okay. I was gonna say... Get the Venato? You're right. We could test it better with the Venato. Everyone was higher on J-Stars on everything that didn't have LOS. I've made now one of my favorite unnecessary builds, J-Stars Kalervo. Think it's gonna get another nerf? I don't think so. I don't think it'll get another nerf. I think it was actually doing fine, but... Okay, so if this now applies... This is the wrong build. If this now applies Tau status... Yeah, if this now applies Tau status, we know that it's miscellaneous. No. Okay. That would have been really funny. God, it is genuinely very strong with Irradiate. Hi, Mephisto. Started like 2 months ago. Well, welcome. Pretty sure you're able to make Breach Surge activate both Irradiate and Debilitate. Seen someone doing it on Nova. Damn. Doesn't influence... Oh, maybe. I can check. we go. Okay, fucking hell. Dude, it does so much damage. Hold on. I need the fucking weapon to be chill for a second here. Dude, the gas damage is doing too much. Oh my god. Alright, influence. Electricity. Bam. Bam. Okay, let's just really quick trigger this. Okay, electricity is triggered. Gas. Mars. No. No. Unfortunately. But that's okay. And having a glitch where carniforms give their elements to the base form of the weapon after reverting. That's weird. That one's weird. Hey, Optop, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. We're just testing some stuff. What's your opinion on the new Riven update? It will be very good for generalist Rivens for the vast majority of the player base. It will destroy the current God Roll Riven meta, but there will be a new God Rolled Riven meta that is far more expensive. By like a lot. Because if for whatever reason we get a couple of modded, or a couple of stats that are really powerful on Rivens, specifically things like Elementalist damage type kind of thing, or if we combine two Bane stats, what does that turn into? Like if that turns into universal damage Bane, then we're gonna have Rivens that want 2-3 combined statuses, and those will be God rolls. And if a God roll Riven is now 3 combined statuses and a negative, then you're gonna look at Rivens that are probably upwards of 100,000 platinum. It's, yeah. Imagine Universal Bane with another Bane on it. Yeah, and they multiply. Can I procrastinate my college homework here? The first week, they gave me a whole ass load of work to do. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, sure. I'd kill for that much plat. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Radiate just does that with Valence. Yeah. It's worth 15k USD for 100k plat. I'll never spend that much on a Riven. Yeah, but some people have that much. Right? And that's the thing. Alright. Chat, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. What do you think is worth investing right now? Like, what Rivens might be interesting to look for? Oh, dude, without any knowledge of what the damage buff or what the stats are going to be, I have no idea. Because we could get statuses that or stats that I have no idea. Right? Atomic Tank, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Because what happens if, for whatever reason, now we get Rivens that potentially have parkour speed on them? Right? Dodge speed. Like, we just get amalgam barrel diffusion. We just get that as a stat. A dream of life strike Riven? That's very possible. Amalgam Riven diffusion? Yeah. But with how many combined like possible stats there are on Rivens, we could get anything. We could get anything. Literally anything. What does combining electricity and crit chance do? Nobody knows. We don't have an answer. Right? Without any more information, we just genuinely don't know. I'm so hoping I can get the new weak point damage, crit chance, crit damage all on one Riven for my AX. Yeah. You got your watch street sharing ads. That's okay. You can share it afterwards. But hell yeah. If I get dodge speed as a stat on a Riven from melee, I'm creating the speed Grendel agenda. Yup. Peculiar Rivens. Yeah! See what I mean? Like, The other one is, like, what if we get combined stats that are like this one, for example? What if we get heavy attack wind-up speed? And we already have that, don't we? Fuck. It's a bad example. What if we get this? What if we get this as a combined stat on Rivens? What if we get damage from daggers reduces armor by 6? Every headshot kill, it makes you break it down. Yeah. Right? We just have so many different possible options as combined stats. This if it's as deep as I think it is, the update is going to be crazy. Like, it's genuinely going to be nuts. A big head Riven would be so good for headshots. Sure, yeah. You shoot an enemy and their head gets bigger? Yeah. Hi, Seraphim. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. We're just yapping about the new changes. We've temporarily disabled Rivens because they fucked everything. They very likely will, to be honest. Like, what if our Rivens will now possibly get a combined set that is just the effect of Irradiate? Godroll Rivens low-key gonna be gone after the update? No. So, yes, but no. The current Godrolled Rivens are. They're gonna be way cheaper. But God-rolled Rivens are now going to entail an entirely different possibility, which is triple combined stats with a negative. And that is, like, throwing RNG to the wind about 4 times in a row and hitting the jackpot lottery 4 times in a row. I will now call combined Rivens primed Rivens. May as well. Yeah, it's true. Godroll Rivens will just say God as their description and insta-kill. Yeah. Is there a gun that does the body inflation body part? Yeah, Kuva Nukor, yeah. Or just the Nukor in general. Corrosive viral gas minus slash on something like Okina. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a possible world where we get Elementalist damage modifier on a combined stat with the ability to put, I don't know, what if they have a combined stat of like multi-shot plus damage and it gives you explosive rounds that are crazy? I don't know. Like we genuinely have no idea what we're getting, and it could be crazy and it could be terrible. Like the best combined stats could potentially just be the combined statuses. Warframe Rivens. If we do get Warframe Rivens, we'll never get range on them. They won't add them. Those Rivens are going to be actually pretty useless, I think. Need to go test some Irradiate ideas I just had. Yeah, fair. Weak point damage is going to be huge for the Zenith. I mean, it's going to be huge for, like, a lot of weapons that want weak point, right? The thought of weak point damage plus multi-shot alone is amazing. Yeah. I mean, there's just... Like, we've only just scratched the surface with possibilities. Talk about the Coda Bubonico. We can get, like, the Riven that I would want for the Coda Bubonico is now status duration gas, and then multi-shot, most likely. Right? Or Elementalist. So it would be like status duration gas Elementalist damage. Right, we're like barely even looking at it. We're looking at it from the outside without knowing anything about what's inside yet. Weak point damage Tonkor Riven. True, dude. True. I want my Cynex to be better. I love that goofy thing. Isn't the Cynex pretty good? Ah. I have barely put anything into this. The alt fire is? Wow, that crit damage and crit chance, actually, is so bad. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Oh, does this weapon just have base gas? Ugh. Does this have a homing effect? A cigarette with no ricochet or homing. Does the main shot have ricochet? Wait a second. Oh, what? Oh, this is the weirdest weapon in the game. What the hell? Okay, hold on. 4 mods. I'm sorry, what? I didn't know it homed and had bouncing projectiles. Well, how does this thing work with Zados? Hold on. How does this work with Zados? Celtra ammo reserve and damage riven, plus so acuity of Celtra isn't meta anymore. Yeah, hopefully. The difficulty increase with these riven changes? Eh. We could do with a difficulty increase. Okay, so it does hit the same target multiple times. Yeah, it does. I wonder if you put punch through on it, what it would do. Is the punch through locked? Punch through is locked. So what? Ugh. How does punch through affect it? Hold on. Innate 5 meter or 0.5 meter punch through. Oh, that's alt fire. So the main fire is a locked. It is locked. The alt fire isn't though. That's weird. That's super weird. There will be combos like more dodge speed, etc. I was thinking like viral and some other like regular ones, but not like movement speed. I think it's possible that we do get movement speed, yeah, but I don't know if that's actually what's gonna happen. Swap that to irradiate because that's actually good on her now. Yeah, there's so many possible options for the new Riven stuff. It's so weird. Okay, so hold on. What let's maybe make a list of like possible combined statuses. So we already know weak point damage. We already know viral blast, magnetic, gas, corrosive, radiation. That's going to be an actually very interesting one. Fucking blah, 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 blah. Is that it? That's not all of them. Is that all the combined statuses? Tau? I doubt Tau status will be a thing, but maybe. If it is, then that's weird. That's going to be weird as hell. Just fire down the hallways and everything dies. Okay. Status damage. I think it's going to be... I think status damage is going to exist. Mid-air jumps is actually a really cool one. Dodge speed. So Praetos Rivens might be the one to invest in. Maybe. It's possible. But even then, the dodge speed might only exist on secondary Rivens. Oh, slam damage. Yeah. Slam radius? We also have to consider that it's probably going to also do bad ones. Oh, blast radius. That's really interesting. Dude, imagine? Dude, imagine! Exceltra Rivens with blast radius on it. Dude. Compression as well. Yeah, punch through is a Riven stat, yeah. Parkour movement speed. So there's dodge speed here. We can do parkour speed. We can also do bullet jump. What else? What else could we possibly see? Oh, fuck, that's cool. Bullet ricochet. That's such a cool idea. Jump height, yeah, I could see that. Damage per status. Ooh, condition overload. Damage. Condition overload. Lifesteal. Health per status. Emma mutation is a good one. Wonder if they will let us combine different Bane ones. Yeah, combined Banes? Somehow? Honestly, Ricochet is so cool. Oh. Bro, now I want that one so bad. Dude, ammo efficiency? That sounds so fun. Grimoire. Grimoire mod effects. Ooh, explosion on death. Acid shells. Likely, the Riven would be disposition based off of the size or the percentage. It'd be one of the two. Heat seeking? Homing. Yeah. Ammo efficiency and Ricochet are two really fucking cool shots. This one and this one, I'm so excited if they do exist. I doubt they do, but oh, that would be so sick. Maybe bonus to other effects per equipped Argon shards. Oh. You can get ammo efficiency on Rivens now, though? I don't think you can. Scoped crit chance and damage, yeah. I like that one. Ricochet and ammo efficiency on the Exceltra. Ooh! Ammo return on kill is so cool. Twin Comac Raven with acid shells, homing, and like ammo efficiency on Ricochet. Damage while airborne. Having Ricochet and homing on one Riven though? Yeah. Ammo mutation is right here. Good suggestion though. Oh, combo count on pellet on hit. Guns. Rauta. Huh? Huh? If they do that, Rivens are not optional anymore. Ooh, faction faction buffs is a cool one. I doubt it, but that would be cool. +1 truth. 28 minutes to do 8 rounds of disruption solo. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's not bad. Rivens are not optional anymore. To be fair, they're optional now, and they're worse. Starting combo on finisher. Ooh. I doubt that they make arcanes completely null and void, to be fair. But it's worth putting them down anyways. Base damage conversion, so you can damage types a weapon can't normally get. Ooh, physical con. Phys convert. PoE style. Phys convert. Yeah, I get that. They're mods that like burst and augment that give truth. That's a good point. That's a good point. I guess it also depends, because like, to be fair, if you want to min-max a weapon right now, we all know that you always want a Riven. If you have a God Roll Riven, even on a 0.5 times like Riven scaling, you still want a God Roll Riven. It still is worth putting on. So we already know that if you want to min-max a weapon, you want a Riven. So this just makes it so that you would still want a Riven. It's not changing anything. But the impact a Riven will make with that update might be meta changing, like new hard content requires you to build that. I mean, sure, but like even today, Even today, like you could argue that that's how that works, right? Augment booster. Augment booster. Replace certain arcanes. You can use another arcane to help the damage anyways. And irradiate, like Riven on a gun with Enervate, would go really well. That's true. Yeah, because one of the big things about irradiate is that it doesn't add extra damage. So this is the Czar with 200% blast radius. Yeah. Have PC lurk, stream Wii. See you later, Asvelia. Have good food. Enjoy. Enjoy. Stalta. Makes augment mods better because some have effects besides just plus damage. Yeah, that's true. I mean, we could also do like EFE 8 Mars type augment extra status proc. I doubt that one, but it's possible. Oh! Fall off distance. So back with blast radius. I don't think it would affect the acid gels. Because that doesn't count as like... That doesn't get affected by fulmination, for example. Fulmination? Firestorm. Nor can it equip it, can it? Accuracy? Do we not have accuracy already? I think we do, right? A massive negative for fall off distance? Yeah. We still riveting our shit? Yeah, we're talking about possible combined stats. We're talking about possible combined stats. I think we're currently getting to the point of maybe ones that I don't actually want. We have recoil, but not accuracy, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we can check, can't we? Oh, we don't have accuracy. Huh. All right. Sure. Yeah. I actually didn't know that. I thought we had accuracy. You mess around with acuity on the grimoire? No? What? I think the base Riven you need to open will go up in price or just stay the same. I think getting the right Riven is going to be more important now. Because if you just have a Riven, you're going to be easily able to roll something. Because think about this. Okay, hold on. Let's go roll a Riven really quick because I want to prove a point. You can intentionally get negative accuracy, high multi-shot for AoE guns. That's possible. I'm so ultra hyped for Rivens, so am I. Why does this song remind me of Johnny Cash? Because it's what's her name? Fucking why did my brain not Dolly Parton? It's Dolly Parton. They're both like the same kind of style. Okay. Okay. Let me find a Riven I want to roll. Sure, fuck it. Okay, let's say I wanted to roll this Riven, right? This Acrid Riven. Can YouTube just not hear music? Correct, because otherwise I'd get copyright claimed. And that could potentially get me struck. So, I just don't have it playing on YouTube. Sorry. Acuity Grimoire was what I used when building my Scourge for the full caster setup. It actually wasn't bad. That's interesting. Aim a bit high with the Hellfire. The lightning bolts from it will headshot for big damage. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Okay, sorry. So let's say, on this Riven, Alright, on this weapon, I really don't want crit chance, because crit chance is, like, not that good. Because the crit chance is super low. But we're going to go enervate to bring our crit chance up to, like, relatively okay numbers. So we do want to keep crit damage. So I would lock crit damage, and then I would hit roll. Right? And then as soon as I hit roll, I would keep the crit damage, but potentially get something like multi-shot. Right? If I immediately get crit damage, multi-shot, and then N negative in general, that's a great Riven. We just rolled a Riven I would immediately equip. So what we're looking at is not having to RNG roll a lot. So this one, for example. So this one's actually a decent unrolled Riven, but I don't really care about the stats that are here, especially minus status chance, kind of rough. Punch through, not really great. Toxin is alright. And then damage is fine. We actually do want damage. But let's say I got an S roll on the damage, and it's like a 300%. Right? I do want to keep the damage because the Ambassador's kind of low on damage. So I'd lock that, roll it. Right? And then immediately, I already know I can equip this Riven no matter what. Because it already has an S roll damage. Imagine getting full PoE, going full PoE and getting a currency to keep all stats and just reroll the values. Yeah, it would actually be kind of cool, I'm not going to lie. The price of unrolled Rivens probably just doubled. Yeah, for like everything. I meant veiled Rivens, like if you use Warframe Market, like rifle and melee ones, you know? Oh, possible. Oh, yeah, like these? Like these ones? Yeah, they probably will go up. Radiate does spread Zadas though. That gives me a question. That's very interesting actually. Hold on. Do I have a Zadas? I don't have a Zadas? Okay, hold on. Yeah, I know I have Nick Zada, but I don't have a Lavos Zadas, and that would be very good, actually. I probably should have had one a while ago. How do you think the Tigris Incarnate will be, and when will it maybe come out? Probably next set of Incarnates to come out, so next year most likely, or at least just after the Naren update, Iceblade of Naren. Why the fuck does it spread Zadas and not microwave? Because microwave is like a weird status. Plus it might hidden spread microwave by not increasing the size of enemies' body parts. Zada plus 10 at Detron plus Irradiate to lag out your game. Does it actually? Oh boy. Does it trigger off of the 10 at Detron augment mod? Is that why? Praying to everything? That's holy that the Ambassador gets an Incarnate. Fuck, wait, I messed up. Ah! Oh no! Hold on. Hold. Hold. I messed up. You know, you can go to Samaris via the Syndicate terminal? I did. I also did a test. I actually want to make a video on that. I'll probably make it this weekend. I tested the speed between both, and they are almost near identical. Just FYI. They used to not be, but because of the new teleport function, the teleport function in the terminals where you can like Q menu radial, it's very close to being the same. Dual cleavers and Carnan because they look cool. Yeah, actually, that's probably one that could get one pretty easily. Okay, I wanted to get Blast. Wondering for ages how the hell do people get that version of Simulacrum? What, the one that I just went to? This one's Zanuka Arena. It comes from the Arbiters of Hexus. Yeah, my UI scale is at 69, so is my menu scale. Okay, so I want it to get blast. Wrong build. Cool number, but not as cool as 6, 7. I hate you. but 69 is the sex number. Oh, it does too much damage. All right, hold on. I have to lower the damage. This is the problem with Irradiate, by the way. This is the problem with Irradiate. All right, we're lowering the damage. Oh my god. Okay. It's still not enough, because it's still doing too much damage. Status chats? Yep. Sure shot. And then, I guess, this for now. Trying to get it to do the funny Zada's blast thing with Irradiate because of force proc blast on AoE. But it's weird because the weapon doesn't trigger enough status. Catch the 6-7 guy in region a few days ago. He got like 20 people banned by them calling him names. I did not know that. Anyone know a good way to level Arcwing / guns without making me want to KMS? Guns? No. Unfortunately, you'll just have to go do Salacia. Arcwings, you can just do Plains of Eidolon leveling. Same kind of deal. Except you don't even have to leave the Arcwing. You just snipe people from the sky. Hydra on Steel Path. Oh yeah, Uranus. You could do Uranus stuff, can't you? If you have a friend. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. You guys want to... Does anybody need to level Arcwing stuff? Because I can level you so fast that you don't know what I'm... Like, you don't understand. I'm not doing Sanctuary for Arcwings? That doesn't work, unfortunately. Irradiate Zada's Stug. Oh. Do y'all want to level Arcwings really quick? It will take like 5 minutes. At most, to level your thing all the way to max, and the gun. Most likely, I assume. I haven't done it in a long time. Yes, please. You can do !IGN and add me there, and then you can just jump in the party. Right. I was like, why do I have that? I know why I have that. Still need to get the ability to use my arc gun. Been too lazy to do it. Same with my MR tests. Been MR 24 for years. Yeah, fair. I get that. I was always worried about doing this strategy, if I'm completely honest. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, I was always worried about doing this strategy. Changing Rivens, explain. This right here, Mr. Jeffrey. They are adding the ability for us to combine stats to make like a combined stat. So in their showcase, they show us combining plus damage and minus multi-shot for weak point damage. And they also tell us we can make combined statuses, so like blast. And we can lock stats. Just one of them, but you can lock a stat. So if you're like, I really, really want multi-shot on my Riven, you can lock the multi-shot. And yes, you can combine more than one stat. So you can have 3 combined stats total. And yet you can still only lock one. Yeah. Yeah. MR16 for like years until I locked the fuck in for a month straight and got MR30. Yeah, I to be fair, I was like MR24? Something like that. For a long time. I kind of leveled up a couple times. And then when I was like, fuck this, I'm getting everything, I went from like 25 to LR5. Now explain in Fortnite terms. Bro, I've never played Fortnite. I don't know any Fortnite terms. I've never played a single one. I'm nearly MR21, but see no point. Once you're MR17, it really doesn't matter. The only thing that really does matter in my eyes that has been one of the biggest saving graces, especially for build crafting, is MR30, where you no longer lose capacity on your weapons and Rivens, or weapons and Warframes when you form them. So if you're planning on forming like a shit ton of things, being MR30 is really, really nice. But that is about where the actual benefits end. Evolutions are 1-1. All that matters about the Zaka build is how it's performing currently is the 169 for Zana's. Okay. Interesting. Is it throwing the projectiles around with irradiate? That's cool. It's nice for the XP blessing. Yes. Yeah. You lock a quick 90s crank or something? I don't know, man. I don't know. You got nothing. About thought of method, keep the minus. You want the roll only the good. Say you get a minus that buffs the plus a lot and does nothing with the weapon. Yeah. Yeah. Fortnite stream when. I mean, maybe. I'll never say no. I'll never say no. But it won't tank the prices, right? Or I might sell everything. It's probably going to tank the prices of what you've got. God roll Rivens, at least current God roll Rivens, are going to be way easier to purchase. Way easier to purchase. However, and here's the big thing, the prices have gone down. People are panic selling right now. People are panic selling like crazy. You can wear the Excal skin and pretend you're playing a better game. Okay, hold on. Fortnite is apparently a very good game. That's why it's popular, right? It's apparently very good. Reach MR23 to LR3, LR2 in 2 to 3 weeks. Plus 30 Riven slots for something I never knew I needed. I forgot that it gives you plus 30 Riven slots. It's not good. You can't play Fortnite. Oh, okay. I wouldn't say very good. I'd say very accessible and known. There you go. People who told you Fortnite is good were lying to you. I don't know what to tell you. It's played by millions of kids. Obviously, there's something fun about it. It's got to have something fun in it. This doesn't just happen to shit games. Games don't just become the most popular game in the world suddenly with no random addition. Like, they have to have been good at some point. Kids have no taste. But they create, like, millions of kids watch Cocomelon. No. Millions of parents force their kids to watch Cocomelon. Kids also eat sand and dirt. Not sure if I listen to that. Fortnite's the Mr. Beast of games. Okay, fair. It's a popular concept and they did a good job marketing it. Yeah, sure. That makes sense. I mean, okay. When I did, I lied. I did play Fortnite originally, but it was specifically the Save the World because the Save the World was really cool, and then they fucking scrapped it. But I really liked the Save the World. I thought that was a really unique concept. And then they made the Battle Royale, and I was like, this is kind of interesting. And then I played like 2 matches, hid in a bush until nearly the end, died, and then was like, this is annoying. Had to quit because I wasn't on Adderall and don't have ADHD. Yeah. Save the World mention? Bro! I wish that game would kept Save the World. It was so cool, dude. Oh, it was so cool. You gather resources, you build a base, and then you do like a base tower defense, and it's like awesome, and it's super neat. And then they were like, nah, but we make a shit ton of money off of Battle Royale. Aren't bad that Fortnite has so much crap in it. Yeah, Fortnite does, yeah. Okay, does anybody actually want to level their Arcwing? Or if not, I'll just show what the strategy is. It's really not that big. They scrapped it and went to play Rust, yeah. Zada does not trigger from the stug itself, but gets something to trigger the bubble, and it goes nuts. Oh, okay. They scrapped it and went to play Rust. 9k hours later, I'm not human anymore. That makes sense. I played Rust once, and it was like pitch black, I couldn't see shit. I had like a spear, and all I could hear in the distance was some guy like smacking on a base and like yelling obscenities. And I threw the spear in his direction, and he hunted me down with a rocket launcher and killed me, and then called me the N-word. And I was like, cool, I'm leaving. And I closed the game and never opened it again. That was a whole time. That was a whole time in my life. Peak game. Zelda does not trigger from the... Okay, I read that. I was addicted to Fortnite for like 3 years back when it released. I get that. Average Rust experience? Yeah. Bro got that premium Rust experience. I did, dude. I did. I swear to God. I literally, like, this was all within 5 minutes of loading into a random server. I wish that I could have played Rust on, like, a solo server to at least learn how to fucking play the game before running into a guy with a rocket launcher. Like, I don't know. Rust is one of those games I use as a red flag. No sane person plays that. To be fair, the game looks fun. Like, genuinely, it looks fun. But it's not. Also, don't they have... They have, like, player-run groups, or, like, you can make your own lobbies now in Rust, I think. Right? Yeah, but the community is whatever the correct word to describe it is. Yeah. I think Rust would be fun if you joined a new server with friends. Yeah, if you had, like, a group of, like, 10 dudes, 2 factions, and you just, like, fought each other from time to time just for fun, and didn't, like, steal each other's shit and just killed each other, that could be fun. I think that could be very fun. My dad does that with fucking 7 Days to Die. He plays it with his with my neighbor and his friends. They're friends all together, and they are on like 2 or 3 different groups, and they just play separately. And if they run into each other, they kill each other, but they don't take each other's shit. They just kill each other because it's fun. They hide their bases and shit. It's cool. A friend of mine plays Rust, and hell me, oh, I gotta start off because of the wipe. Wipes don't sound... Yeah, that's true. Sounds awesome. Right? Played Rust and immediately got kidnapped and joined a cult. See? Premium Rust content right there. Okay. Was anybody wanting to do the leveling? Because if not, I'll just show what it is. Because it's also possibly too good. But I'm gonna do it. So it's Ophelia on Uranus. Specifically the underwater, like, mission types. And you're looking for a specific tile. Yeah, you're looking for... It's an underwater tile. Is this it? This is not it. But you can use this one if you want. Because it works entirely fine in pretty much any tile. But there is one that's, like, particularly good in comparison. Oh, the fucking markers are just trash in this room. I forgot about that. Hey, Zane. How you doing? Okay. So, look at the map. You jump into the water, and because you're underwater, you run the Elytron, and you spam the 4. And because you're Noko, and you've dropped, mushrooms, you would actually also run Roar, to be fair. I forgot to run Roar. I have it on a build for this, but... But, if you didn't know, the explosion on the Elytron's 4th ability is 400 meters. With Roar, and like a couple of other buffs, you can kill these enemies pretty quick. Like these enemies are almost dead, and I don't have Roar. Right. But, you know how normally, like, what are they called? When you run Arcwings, the radius of all of your abilities and stuff gets reduced when you're in, like, open world maps and stuff? Well, this doesn't count as an open world map. It counts as Arcwing. So this is not actually reduced. And so if you can boost the damage of this by enough, then you can genuinely use this to farm resources. There's Tellurium here too, so you can do that. Hi Krabby, thank you for the 5-stream streak, I appreciate you. Let me bring the right build, because you do actually need to boost the damage by enough for it to matter. Uno momento. You don't need a ton of range either, just enough so that you're within range of your Bright Bonnet to give enough energy. Another fun thing with the Radiate, you can spread it off of enemies hit by Gaze and Blood Altar. That's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. Alright, let me get strength in here. More strength. Yeah. So, there you go. So now I'll hit, I don't know, fucking too much strength. And then also Roar. Oh, did I just forget to add you? Is that why you couldn't join? I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. My bad. We haven't seen anything if DE asks. The thing is, this has existed in the game since Uranus has had Arcwing stuff. So I don't know. Does this also not work with the alt fire of the Hildren weapon? Yeah, technically. But here's the big part. It's the explosion of the Elytron warhead is 384 meters. And ignores line of sight. For reference, that's 30 times higher than Hildren's size. So, so that one does exist. All right, does anybody want to level? I'm pretty sure I could do it. It's been a bit. I can't remember if they fixed it or broke anything. If you want to join, just force your way in. I'm gonna get started. You should be able to for the next 5 minutes, so you got time. I'll try to find the better tile, because that tile isn't particularly good. There we go. I needed some fucking energy. Ooh. Definitely check out the... I will. I just wanted to show this off first. This is something it's existed in the game, but I don't think it's like an exploit or anything. It doesn't seem like it. It's just the way that the thing is supposed to function. God, I wish I wasn't so scared to make Warframe videos, man. Nope. There's so many things in this game that are, like, genuinely so cool, but I don't know if DE would, like, decide to just ban me for it for whatever reason. And more than half the time, I just decide not to make stuff just in case they would. And I think that that's not good. Arcwing drones don't do enough damage. Arcwing drones? Is this the right room? No, this is the shitty room. That's fine, though. We can do this one. Come here there. It's a pretty toxic situation. It just sucks. I don't know. Make a secret channel. I could. The only downside is, like, I can't use my voice at that point. Okay, so yeah. So, 241% roar, or sorry, 221% roar, infinite energy. And now you can see the enemies on the map dying. This does seem iffy. I mean, but it's like, this is a thing that's just existed forever. Quite easily killing corrupted heavy gunners with radiation is the most prevalent damage type. Yeah. Be like all those other faceless accounts and use an AI voice. I could. I very well could. To be fair, I do this in Arcwing. In Steel Path Arcwing, I do this. Because it does kill everything. It still does the thing. Permanently going to be unranked. I ain't switching from Amisha. Yup. This is why you get somebody like me to do this for you. Use a super deep and garbled voice changer. I could. Yeah, you would, in a perfect world, I would want to make it so that, like, I have a teammate that buffs me, rather than me having to jump out and do the buffing. But It's still getting, like, decent kills, specifically with Arcwing. What's the issue with Warframe videos? You could just get banned really easily is all. And again, if you buff this even further, it becomes a significantly better farm. Right? Like, let's say you have a Nova up top just spamming her 4th. And then, like, maybe a couple of other random buffs that you can add in. Like, realistically, this would be twice as good if you were just Garuda and had a Noko doing this. But it is hitting literally every single enemy that spawns in the map. Do you want me to do it? No, it's okay. I don't want to min-max this because I'm worried about it being potentially seen as negative from DE. The thing is, it's like, it's a lot of work to do, but because it's outside the norm of what DE likes from what you do with your game, it feels like it could potentially just be bad. I don't know. But yeah, the issue with Warframe videos is sometimes you come up with something that's really cool, and then DE just decides it's a bug, and then you get banned for it. Is it just bugs they ban for? Yeah, or exploitative gameplay. Exploitative gameplay. This feels like something they'd consider gameplay automation. Exactly. It's partially why I want to move away from making Warframe content as a whole. Like, if I can find a way to move off of Warframe entirely and just make Warframe stuff for fun if I want to, then I would absolutely much rather do that. Did you get banned for 2 weeks for just reporting a bug? No. No, I did totally make a video on a bug. I made a few, actually. What content do you want to move to, then? One that doesn't have to require me to think so hard. Or potentially get yelled at by a community that's supposedly very, very nice. Because with Warframe stuff, I have to think, okay, is this a good build? Yes, no, okay. I have to have the correct opinion. If I don't have the correct opinion, I get yelled at. That's the way it is. If I make a wrong build, if I make the wrong, or put the wrong mod in, then I get yelled at. If I have an opinion that is differing from somebody else, I get yelled at. If I accidentally make a video on something that shouldn't exist in Warframe, but does and has for years, then I could get banned. There's so much. I did think about FF14, yeah. Bug exploit bounty system so you could get plat or something for finding it. Yeah, because then I would actually be much more willing to actually report bugs that I know of in this game, to be fair. Because I know about a lot of them. Warframe is nice when it comes to anything build-related. Yeah, once you get to, like, hyper endgame and know too much about the game, yeah, the endgame gets too, dangerous to make content on. Like, it's the reason why, people like Wu-Tang, do not show their account names. They just straight up do not show their account names in their videos. Wu-Tang, Dystopia. One of the reasons why As Invasions left the game is because he was worried about making a video on something and getting banned. A second time, because he already did get banned once. What other games are you thinking about playing? I've been playing GTA 5 because I want to play GTA 6 and hope that that does well. If not, I don't know. I like playing lots of games. I've just been kind of locked into Warframe for a while. So now you guys kind of understand where a lot of my, like, worries for content creation come from. The other upside to this is any enemy that dies outside of the water, you have Arcwing vacuum range. You just get so many resources for it. Yeah, so the bans go as follows. It's specifically the first ban is 2 weeks, and that's your warning. And then if you get banned again, it's a full ban, permanent, 2035. Even though that's only what 9 years away. And imagine if you had 2 people doing this. What? Says they couldn't ban beyond the UTC integer increasing. I don't know what that means. Big explosions. I can't see shit. Alright, let's get out of here. We got 28 Tellurium as well. Universal time code, I think that was handled in Y2K. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Sorry if you didn't finish leveling, that's my bad. Thanks for the help. Of course. I'm sorry if you didn't level up. I wasn't really paying attention to whether you leveled up or not. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why Warframe content is, like, super fun to make. There's so many interesting mechanics that Warframe has. There's so many weird mechanics, bugs that make things interesting, and the gameplay is just so fun. But making videos is a lot worse for Warframe than it should be because of the way that they handle bugs and stuff. And exploits. It's how computers track time. Sometime in the early to mid 2030s, it's turning over and will need an extra digit. However, since not all PCs are built with the extra digit in mind, it means those that have only the current UTC format will fail afterwards. It's way worse than Y2K. Oh! Why did we only put it at, what, 2035? Seems to me that nobody in the community likes this stance from DE, and creators are leaving because of it. If DE doesn't want to change their stance, why would the community rally to force DE to change? Am I wrong in this way of thinking? Nah, it's yeah. I mean, a lot of creators don't really talk about it. When I've talked to a couple people, they don't really mention this kind of thing, especially because if you're a Warframe content creator, you kind of have immunity, and so what people are aiming to do is become Warframe content creators, so that they can talk about this stuff freely, without any issues. But if you're trying to get into Warframe content, I heavily suggest doing, like, new player-friendly stuff early on. Don't get into endgame stuff. In fact, don't ever get into endgame stuff in Warframe content. Make new player-friendly builds. It's probably just better for you. Yeah. Okay, so sorry. You said Stug and the um and irradiate with Zadas, right? You have a ribbon for the Bubonico? No, actually. I don't think I do. I'll check again. I don't remember. But I don't think I do. If I do... No, I do have one, but I don't use it. I think. Yeah. It's just... It's a really low ribbon disposition. I do use it. Look at that. Stuck. Probably not worth it. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Am I too late to hear the new Riven update takes? Yes, but I can talk about it really quick. I think it's good. I think it's good for new players specifically. The change is actually going to be very, very helpful for those players who are just getting into the game, or want to just get into Rivens. I do think the high end of Rivens are going to get more expensive though, but all the old God rolled Rivens are no longer going to be that useful. For a bit, why you don't go to the relay to go to the simulacrum? If you go to your faction hub in the orbiter, you can go straight to smart. It's about the same speed. That's the reason why. It's not much faster to do one or the other. That is kind of funny. I mean, I can also just do this and make it actually really good. Because then I'm force proccing heat on top of the radiation with irradiate. Right? Oh. Pulling cables. What's going on with Rivens? Did they finally rip the Band-Aid? So I'll go over it again because we've had a couple people ask. We are getting combined stats. So you're going to be able to take stats like damage and multi-shot and turn them into weak point damage. And other random stats. I don't know what we actually have no idea what we can get. But you can also make combined stats. So like blast, viral, heat, or viral, corrosive, radiation, etc. So you can put those on Rivens now. And you can lock a stat. So when you reroll, you can lock one stat. And then it costs a little bit of a new resource. Which comes from the new update. That'll come in Iceblade of Naren. Okay, basically what I was thinking, the theoretical Ultra Max God Roll Riven is going to have an insane amount of RNG, but getting a viable Riven will be a lot easier. Yes, correct. When did they add this? Today. It's not added. They talked about it today in the dev short. But yeah, so essentially, you'll be able to get, like, let's say you got a Toxin Cold Heat minus Zoom Riven, right? Then you combine it to get Viral, and then it takes away Cold and Heat, and then you roll Cold again, right? You got lucky. You got very lucky. You combine the Blast and Cold, and then roll damage and minus Zoom. So you had 3 rolls of RNG. Then, on top of that, if you wanted to combine another stat, you have to have had the correct negative from the get-go, and get lucky on this combine to get the correct mod here, or stat here, to combine them here, and then hope to God that you get a good negative when you combine these two stats. Because if you do this and you're like viral, blast, and then you combine this to whatever third stat you want, and then get minus multi-shot or something, or just minus damage, then you just rip the whole Riven. So, getting God-rolled Rivens is going to be way harder. Especially if your God-rolled Riven are triple combined stats. Because we're likely getting combined stats like status damage, maybe potentially slam damage, potentially condition overload effects. Like, these are all potential possible that we talked about. And we just genuinely have no idea. They're letting you combine if you roll 2 stats, sheep. Yeah. They are adding full stats, yes. You have to combine them, though. So you have to roll cold and heat, combine it to blast, and then you get another stat, and then you can lock blast and then re-roll. So, for the general population, what you're going to end up doing is rolling a Riven until you get the 2 stats that you want, combine those 2 stats, lock that combined stat to in, and then roll the last 3 stats until you get something you want. So let's say you want viral. So you lock in viral, and then you want to get crit damage and multi-shot minus zoom. Right? If you get all 3 of those, and then locked Riven, that's still a really good Riven. Like, that's better than what we have now, which is crazy, and it'll be easier to roll. Because you'll have a locked Riven. Right? So this is a big win for the general populace. But for high-end, it's also kind of a win. So you saying like Tenet Plinks is going to be damage cap again with rad and damage on the Riven? Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, it already does that, but yeah. You seen anyone else's takes on the new Riven stuff? Nope. I haven't looked at all. I haven't looked a single bit. I haven't looked at anybody's take on it, except for Xenos. I was talking to Xenos about it, and Xenos is the one that found out a bunch of about a bunch of this stuff. Twitter, Pablo makes. Yeah. Wow. Mm. Mm. I hate Twitter. But Twitter, is it X cancel? This one? Oh! What the fuck? I hate Twitter so much. I didn't know they got taken down. Oh, man. Let's watch the other CCs react to the Riven update. A bit of whiplash. Since you used to RNGs. Forgot some people have strong feelings about it. Do people actually have, like, negative opinions on this? Or is it just mainly good? Because I think it, honestly, overall, it's a good thing. I think. Like, yes, it does kill the God Roll Riven market right now. Roseheim is very much not a fan? Really? Okay.
I'm worse news. Dolly Parton passed away. The Riven changes were so bad it killed Dolly Parton. Are you kidding me? Are you guys ready for the layers of RNG you're gonna have to engage with here? So you need to roll a Riven with 4 stats. Okay? You need to roll a Riven with 4 stats.
He doesn't know that. We don't actually know if you need to roll a Riven with 4 stats. Because what you can do is get a Riven with 2 stats and a negative, or just 2 stats, lock that stat, and then re-roll it, and we don't know if we get 2 more stats and a negative. Just FYI. First off, we're like 20 seconds in and he already said something that we don't know if is true or not. We don't know if that's how that works. At all. Okay, sorry. I don't want to hate on him because he might have really good points here, but
3 of the starter stats for your combinations you need, and then a stat that is part of those combines for your 4th stat. And then your 4th stat combines with one of your stats to create viral or whatever else. And then you have to RNG the bottom stat that re-rolls as part of an ingredient to then also be a combination with the others that you need.
Again, you would lock a stat and then re-roll. Any chance he might have early access? Probably not. Yeah, so first off, he said 2 things that are not true. This struck a nerve because he has played gacha games. Gacha games have crazy RNG over RNG shenanigans. Again, this is like, yes, there is a higher end of the RNG that exists. Like, that is, I'm not disputing that at all. But if I wanted to roll a Riven that's like genuinely positive for my build, it's going to be significantly easier. Like, if he's talking about the high end, yes, I agree with him. Absolutely, this is going to have insane levels of RNG. However, none of those Rivens are required.
And then at the end, you need that last stat to not be a Riven ruining stat. Just like, so you're like going like layers and layers and like, not only do you need good, like the good starter stats, you then have to RNG through like 5 fucking layers of RNG to get everything else you need, because you can only lock 1 stat.
Bonk.
So like once you've combined 2 stats, you can't re-roll because you can only lock 1 of them, and you'll re-roll away your combined stat. So yeah, it's just like,
so, but you lock the combined stat and then re-roll, right? Right? Is that not what we're talking about here? If you get, you can roll the stat that you want, combine it, lock the stat that's combined, and then re-roll. Right? Am I seeing it wrong? Right? You don't need, you literally, like, you could roll like cold toxin, right? Let's say he mentioned viral. We'll talk about viral. Let's say you roll cold toxin plus magazine minus damage, right? Like, not a good Riven. You combine the cold toxin and then lock the viral, and let's say you get plus recoil or minus recoil as a positive. You lock the viral and then re-roll from there. So now you're actually only rolling 3. Really quick, let me look at this. Let me see if I can roll just a cold toxin on anything. Agrit. Okay. So already we'd have decent stats here, but let's roll this just cuz. No, but we might want to keep the multi-shot, right? So I'm gonna just keep that for now. All right. Well, we're still gonna roll because I do want to do this. I'm probably not gonna end up using this, but fucking okay. Like, we're still on the old system, right? So, okay, we already got Toxin. Now, what you could do is you could take this Riven and lock Toxin. Right? You could take this Riven and then lock Toxin and then try to roll for Cold. When you get Cold, you can lock, or you can combine Toxin and Cold and then lock Viral. And then roll from there. Right? So we already got one of the two parts. Now, because I got this decent Riven, I kind of want to roll a little bit. Okay. There you go. Look at that. Terrible Riven. But we could combine Cold and Electricity for Magnetic. Like, let's say you really want Magnetic damage. You lock that, and then roll again. Imagine they wouldn't unroll combined stats, though. Yeah, well, I think they would if you had combined them. Don't let Jeff's ex be the only one spending Jeff's money. Let's see them Twitch Prime subs. Mid-roll Rivens are probably the ones that will be great now. Yeah, generally, I think what you'll do is you'll roll, and like, getting lucky like this is crazy, but, by the way, but fucking, let's say you got just crit chance, or let's say you just got multi-shot, right? I could just lock multi-shot and then roll for crit damage, and then get a negative with that, and then I have a good enough Riven that I can use. And it would not take that many rolls. It would actually be significantly reduced rolls, in fact. Then you have to lock your combined stats and you won't get new ones, right? Because it's a different resource to combine. You can actually get, like, Viral plus Toxin. That's actually a thing you can get. I have a person saying they're bursting Riven with minus 96% saturation. So he says that Riven is good for blast status acuity. Tell them it's too much for blast burst in. So minus saturation is actually not so bad for blast, because it makes the explosion happen faster. It's also fine with gas and electricity because they both tick immediately. Looking at this makes Rivens much more accessible with some alright rolls. Might not be useful due to poor dispo balancing. High end is fucked by layers of RNG. Old god rolls are ass now. Like, maybe if they actually did a proper sweep of dispos balance, mid rolls, Rivens, probably the ones that'll be, yes. Yeah. Nike has this exact same system, but when you lock a stat, it uses more resources when you re-roll for other stats, but I didn't see DE mention that. When you lock, you consume a different resource entirely now. You consume this resource. The Clem resource that they haven't talked about yet. Yeah, usable rolls are much easier to get now. We don't really know how it will work out. The update isn't out. Yeah, exactly. Yes, but if you make Viral, then lock it, then you make Corrosive. You can't lock Corrosive since Viral is locked, right? Yeah, this is what I'm saying. If you're trying to make multiple copies, or multiple combined statuses, I think his situation is like, oh, god rolls are going to be triple combined stats, which, yes, there's very, very much RNG to that system. Absolutely no ifs, ands, or buts, because you have to roll and get lucky like 4 times in a row on like a 1 in 100. It's 96%. Blast status becomes 0.05 seconds. You can never stack it to 10. Yeah, but you don't have to, is the thing, right? If it triggers instantly at 0.05 seconds, then it still does its damage, right? It just does more damage when it's more stacks in a larger area, right? You would just do your damage really fast. That's all. One question is, can you farm Kuva plus New Rose at the same time? The same mission? Otherwise, old boy. I don't know. That's going to be the big thing, I think. I think the big thing is that we're forgetting here is that old Godroll Rivens are not losing any power. We're still going to have multi-shot crit chance, crit damage, minus zoom, and arguably those are still going to be god rolls. Like, on certain weapons, you still won't care about putting a combined elemental stat on, or an elementalist mod, right? These still exist. And multi-shot, like, you'll just be able to get them better and easier. Yeah, significantly easier. I think one of the big upsides to it, in my opinion, is that now when I show a Riven in a build by accident or like on purpose, people aren't gonna be like, oh, you shot a 1% Riven that nobody can roll, and it's like fucking 2 stats with a negative, and I'm like, brother, lock 1 and roll 2. It's easy. Could you roll the combined elements again if you had blast? You can't roll it without combining them. You have to combine them. Wonder how gas gonna be in a Riven, because gas has that wacky damage calc. Yeah, I'm curious. Does it only mean only the Riven Mafias would have a lot to say about the change? No, smells like some people are grumpy. Sort of, yeah. Bubonico, gas Riven with status damage and duration. Yes. Might make status primers less necessary for certain builds, and I see that as this is a strong positive. Yes. Calc is short for calculator. It's also short for calculation. It's a slang. It is, yeah. Okay, sorry. Let's go back, because I do want to hear his whole take.
Like, unbelievably terrible. Okay, first and foremost, look at the Riven stuff. Let's look at this thing first. Text is easier, right? Like, it should be easier to convey good things about this in text, right? Okay, so first we showed you that you can combine stats on your Riven into new stats. The resulting stats are brand new to Riven mods, unavailable through stat cycling. For example, cold and heat would combine to make blast. This means that viral is available. You'll be able to combine using a new resource coming in the Ice Blade of Narn update, available exclusively in upcoming difficult content, which probably just means Steel Path. First and foremost, let's talk about what this means. Here's what this means. So this is non-rollable stats that happen as combines. So provided they're good, which like combined stats are going to be good, at the very least viral will be desirable, because removing 2 mods from the vast majority of builds and turning them into 1 mod plus other stats is incredibly good. The confirmed status damage is a roll, bruh. But yeah, like, needless to say, almost certainly there will be combined stats that are going to be good. Combining stats look so cool. Only locking 1 is extremely disappointing and basically useless. Yeah. So this notably creates infinity more layers of RNG fucking you. So like if you're trying to get specifically like, let's say, damage and plus status so that you can combine them into status damage, and so on and so forth, and like there's potentially other stats that you would want the combined variant.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I mean, if we're specifically talking about getting viral and then status damage, yeah, it's gonna be way fucking harder. Like, way harder. But, at the very least, if you get 1 combined, you can just combine, or you can just lock that and then roll from there. You still only have to roll less, or you'll still be rolling less. You just might have to roll 1 Riven more often. I don't know. Did you ever get the AoE explosion? I think Blast still explodes in a smaller radius, right? Do I have Blast on something? Is it always 5 meters? Is it always 5 meters? Blast is always 5 meters. Yeah, it's always 5 meters. So if it gets 1 stack and then wears off, it still explodes and does 30% damage instead of 300%. Right? So it would just explode constantly, is all. No? Single target will always happen. Yes. Upon reaching 10 blast stacks or the target dying, all current stacks will be detonated. Blast will detonate. Single target damage 1.5 seconds after inflicting blast status on a target. The blast stack will detonate, dealing 30% weapon damage to the target. Each blast stack has its own. Okay. 10 blasts. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's still AoEs. I'm pretty sure it's still AoEs. Hold on. Do I have a minus status duration, Riven? Gotta have one. I have a Grimoire. I have a bunch of these, actually. There's way more of these than I thought. Oh, Tysus is a good one. Also use Lavos with minus status duration. I can, except I have 5 duration charts in, so I would still have positive status duration. Can you lock the combined stat and roll after? Yes. At least I assume. Simply remove them. No. No, I don't wanna. Alright, it was Tysus? Okay, minus status duration. Good. And then let's go blast. Okay. Go to Tysus. Let's test this really quick. So, this target is 2 meters. That one is 5. Oh, it doesn't even explode. Huh. I figured it would. I actually didn't know that. I mean, regardless, you're not using the Burson for AoE anyways, but yeah. Yeah, I heard Morbus got banned. Wasn't he, like, not playing the game? Wasn't he not playing the game at the time? Like, he was literally just logged out? Did I miss the lesson? Not really. We're still just... Honestly, we've been yapping about it all stream, so... Think about it. I think combined stats will be soft-locked stats, and we'll be able to build Rivens with these combined stats with the lock improving odds. Yeah. Because using hard to get resources to make a powerful mod to lose them on the next roll seems incredibly short-sighted. Yeah. Also that he wasn't playing for ages. Yeah. What do you mean not the Burson for AoE? Usually he's using it for Acuity, right? Which means that he's not using it for any AoE at all. He's using it for single target. And that means the blast is adding a bunch of damage to single target. Or an extra hit, rather. Should we be stocking elemental Rivens like toilet paper? Have I eaten? I did, yeah. Also, Amir's FNF, it's... I just haven't been that interested in Warframe, and that is locking me into like 20 to 30 minute conversations with them, and I just don't care at the moment. And so I have some negative opinions on it, but I shouldn't, because it's mostly just because I have negative opinions on Warframe in general right now, because I'm so tired of it. But it's not Warframe's fault at all. That would work, but Riven with Blast Acuity minus status duration always weaker than just Electric status duration Acuity. Let me remind myself. I mean, realistically, both are weaker than just Viral. Like, you literally run primary Crux on this so that you can trigger Viral faster because the DPS is so high. Right? But you do think... Actually, Blast would also work because Blast is cold. Because you would get this primed mod. Because realistically, that's the reason. Right? In comparison, like... You would get Stormbringer or High Voltage. Right? Gonna head out and getting overwhelmed. Okay, see you later, Infernus. Thanks for hanging out. Good to see ya. Combining stats wasn't explained perfectly in the dev short. I believe that combining stats means that if you have 3 plus 1 negative and you combine, you will have 2 plus 1 negative, so you have multiple combos to lose slots. Okay, when you combine, here. When you combine, you get, this is what it combines to, right? So you lose the damage in the multi-shot, and then it rolls 1 random modifier, positive or negative. It's a random modifier. So you always lose 2 stats and gain 2 back. Right? Viral burst is just kills faster because the damage. No, definitely the viral one is out DPSing the gas one. For sure. Unless you're priming viral. So yeah, you will always get a status back, or you'll get a stat back. It'll always be combine 2 stats, get 2 stats. Of course, I'm viral priming. That's the whole point of the secondary slot. Oh, in that case, then yeah. I would just go raw heat though, probably. But this build kills level cap enemies in like a fraction of a second, with no help. Like no buffs from allies or warframes or anything. Like it's so fast. Like we specifically don't run Deadhead because Crux gives you your damage amp faster. If you ran Deadhead, you would kill enemies technically faster once it's built up, but this actually just ends up being faster because the damage is more front loaded. So you get the 1 random modifier and a random one fixed modifier and a random one. That makes more sense. Yeah. And the factor fire rate is massive. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Back to this.
Of like needing to get these 2 together and then using this resource to combine them and such, and like crafting this thing to be perfect. The idea that you can do that in like the basic Riven system is basically a completely a fool's errand and shit for idiots. Like that's like the basis of this is like even dumber dumb bullshit for gambling addicted morons is what the absolute basis is, right? And then
Sorry. I'm gonna have to re-listen to that.
Other stats is incredibly good. The confirmed status damage is a roll, bruh. But yeah, like needless to say, almost certainly there will be combined stats that are going to be good. Combining stats look so.
There are combined stats that are going to be good, but there's also non-combined stats that are still good. Right? Like, we still mod multi-shot onto weapons. And very often more than status damage. Right? Same as crit damage. Especially on secondaries with Enervate.
So cool.
Anyways.
Only locking 1 is extremely disappointing and basically useless. Yeah. So this notably creates infinity more layers of RNG fucking you. So like if you're trying.
Yes, if you're trying to combine 3 stats. Yes. If you're trying to, I said that already.
Like,
but
let's
yes.
say damage and plus status, so that you can combine them into status damage, and so on and so forth. And like, there's potentially other stats that you would want the combined variants of like needing to get these 2 together and then using this resource to combine them and such, and like crafting this thing to be perfect. The idea that you can do that in like the basic Riven system is basically a completely a fool's errand and shit for idiots. Like that's like the basis of this is like even dumber dumb bullshit for gambling addicted.
Okay, no, I agree with him on this take actually. Doing the triple combined stats, I will never try. I'm never gonna try that. It's not happening. I am going to do maybe 2 combined stats. Maybe 2. But trying for the 3rd one? Fuck that. No, thank you. Getting 2 is already an absurdly hard chance. Because what you're going to have to do is roll 1, lock 1, then roll a second, combine that, and hope that the random stat that you get from that is a good status, or a good stat. Like, if you wanted to get viral, and then, like, status damage or something, and then multi-shot, for example, you would need to combine the viral, lock the viral, combine the status damage, and then hope to God it rolls multi-shot. That is the part that I agree with. I think that's stupid. But I also don't think that that's necessary. I think just allowing us to have one combined stat is still incredibly powerful. They could literally remove the ability to put 2 more combined stats on this, and it would just be an improvement to the system by a lot. All I need is viral gas plus element and whatever. Yeah. Wait, looks at hands. Am I a RNG morons? No, no. Yes, but no.
Morons is what the absolute basis is, right? And then, with that, to alleviate this, a request for Rivens we've had for years, locking a stat. Hey, just so we're all fucking clear, this isn't the request we've had for years. Locking stats, plural, with an S on that bitch, is what people have been asking for. Why on God's green motherfucking earth?
Because they want to keep it RNG. They don't want everybody to have God-rolled Rivens on every single weapon they own. I don't... Wow, my 9,999 Thrax can die 0.2 seconds faster. Yeah, I mean, that is what this is gonna do. I mean, especially if you get a God-rolled Riven for, like, the Burstin. Locking 2 stats is rolling for a specific stat on the 3rd buff sounds so horrible. Dude, at a certain point, you're gonna be like, okay, I've got viral, I've got elemental damage, I've locked both of them, and my negative zoom, and I'm still rolling. No. I don't wanna. I'm just gonna, like, don't try to get 3 combined stats with this system. It's just not worth it. Maybe a second if you're, like, looking to push it, but that 3rd one is gonna be like a 1 in a trillion. Don't do it.
Would anyone ask for locking 1 stat? In what fucking alternate universe would people ask for locking a single stat? Like, unbelievably nonsensical. We'll be adding another new and it will...
To be fair, again, the big thing is, like, DE makes a ton of money from Rivens. If they make it so that we can lock all of the stats, they stop making money from Rivens. Let's be real here. This is a business decision. Like, I know DE tries their best to make it so that people don't spend a shit ton of money on Warframe, but people will anyways. And if it isn't for if it isn't for Rivens, it's for something entirely different. Right? It will. They will. Kuva weapons didn't cycle. Maybe that'll happen here, and we just cycle Rivens for a living. Yeah, maybe. Remember you said DE makes quite a bit of money from Riven business? Like, do we know which areas DE gets plenty of revenue? I'm not sure. I know that they make most of their money off of Forma packs, Forma bundles, to be fair. But I don't know how much they actually make off of Rivens. I do know that it's a big revenue, though, because people will buy Platinum and then go trade for a Riven, right?
Take another new resource, by the way, to use to lock a stat, preventing it from changing during cycling. This new resource will be available to collect without venturing into hard content, but obtained in larger quantities from upcoming hard content, yada yada. A lock menu allows you to select 1 stat, and only 1 stat. Oh, wow, hooray! To lock on your Riven, and when the Riven is cycled, that stat won't change. When you cycle, it costs an amount of the new resource in addition to Kuva if a stat is locked. So every fucking roll also needs this new stuff, which is also unbelievably dog shit.
If you are locking a stat. Which you probably will, to be fair. But it also depends, because what happens if you get, like, 400,000 of this stuff in one mission? Right? Like, it could be not a problem at all.
Especially considering you cannot lock multiple stats. And also, reminder, because you can lock only 1 stat, if you're looking to make the combined stats, here's the only way it's going to work out. You can have a Riven make one of your combined stats, and then your lock must be used on that combined stat. And then from that point forward, you need to get rolls sequentially in what you want on the Riven. So you need to get, like, if you want status damage, you get damage and status on a Riven. You combine those, you lock it, and then you have to roll for, let's say, viral. So you need to get cold and you need to get heat at the same time. But then you combine those, and then you need your new roll, the question mark roll, to not fuck you. And on a force...
To be fair, most of the time it won't fuck you. But I get what he means. I mean, this is like, we're talking about trying to get multiple combined statuses. And again, that's just not going to be like a huge thing that people should try to get. It's for the people at the end of the game like myself, where I don't have shit to do anymore in the game. Right? Don't think the new players are going to do this. They're not. They're not even going to care. You could do everything in the game without a single Riven.
Stat mod, you need it to be a combination you can use. So, like, it's actually even deeper shit-ass RNG. Just horrific RNG. Because once you have locked one combo, the moment you create the second, you can't lock both of them. So you can't roll the Riven anymore. You just have to do it, or alternatively, it can be like completely fucked, and you have to roll it again and try keep on going, because you have to re-roll away your combined stat that you spent resources on, which is just terrible.
Lock a stat, roll to combined, lock combined, roll into a second combined. Get lucky with the result giving you a third combined.
This is PoE crafting, by the way. This is how PoE 1 crafting was. At least in my opinion. I didn't like it at all.
More RNG. Like, the lock one stat thing is just...
They changed it over time,
insulting.
and they have
like,
different ways to do it, but it is a problem.
It is beyond the pale for me to think that DE actually believe that...
Okay, to be fair, if they literally just make it so that you can only combine one stat, this whole argument goes away, right? They confirmed that there isn't an auto lock on combined stats. They haven't confirmed it, but there isn't, I don't think. I don't believe so, at least. That show evolutions button in the screenshot keeping me hopeful, though. Wait, what? Show evolutions?
Bonk.
What does that even mean? Wait, like, show evolve. Show evolution. Oh! Are you going to be able to... Oh, you would choose. You can choose, right? So you could pick damage and then zoom, and then that's a different evolution. I think that's what it means, right? Oh, we went through all of... We went through all of Dolly Parton. Damn. He doesn't have that many songs, apparently. Some big ones, though. Okay, so yeah, I assume that the show evolutions is like... You can combine damage and zoom, and then zoom and multi-shot, and then you have, like, different combinations and stuff, right? I think that's probably what that means. Probably.
People have been asking for us to lock one stat. That is actually beyond any reasonable doubt belief that DE actually has ever believed that's what people want. It's actually...
No, they know that they want to combine multiple or lock multiple stats. Let's not kid ourselves. They know exactly what we wanted. They just can't give us that. They can't. It's not something they can give us.
Beyond, like, yeah, it's called a lie. Exactly, it is a lie. There's no way they truly believe that. There's just no functional possible way they truly believe that. Like, it's just not a thing. And then to go beyond that, like, there's some stuff here that Xenos asked Pablo and got a response. Tweet question about, so, like, we'll read Xenos' tweet here first. Everyone changes questions. Are we limited to one combo a stat per Riven? What happens when we roll Riven after combo starting? Can we combo multiple combo stats to make mega combo stat? Will combo stat limit number of potential stats on a Riven? 3 normal, negative, all that. So, okay, we have answers to these questions. In theory, you could have 3 combo stats at once. So immediately, the nightmare scenario confirmed. Then it's normal rerolls. There are no combos of combos the audacity to put the word "yet" on this, if I'm quite honest. Like, the audacity to put the word "yet" on this.
Dude,
like,
imagine. Okay, hold on. Let's talk about if we got combos of combos. Do you know the level of RNG you would need to just get one of those motherfuckers and you can roll two? Like, it would be so funny. It would be so funny. Dude, a double combined God Giga combined Riven would be like 100,000 platinum minimum. Like, just the fact that you happened to get one. They can't give it to us because it would kind of kill the Kuva farming. It would kill Rivens. Like, at that point, just remove Rivens entirely. I'll sell my car. Yep. Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, Rivens suck as a system. Move over, Prime's Chamber. Rivens are going to be the most expensive trade. Likely, a Riven has gone for more platinum than a Prime's Chamber, to be fair. But we just won't know about it.
combos of combos opens up, like, an even more, like, unbelievably deep dog shit RNG hole. And then the fourth one is...
It would be impossible because you can only lock one. So, no, but what would happen is you would lock, or you would combine one, and then combine a second, and then combine those, and each time you would combine one of those, you would get another stat, right? So you would continue putting more stats on, and then you'd combine, and then combine the negative and the positive, and then combine those two stats to get a double. You would have to do it all in one roll, basically. Rune is the closest thing to a loot box we'll ever get, IMO. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, paint. So if you wanted to do like giga combos, right? You would get like stat 1, and it's like decent, right? Stat 2, and then stat 3 with a negative. What am I doing? This is dumb. Stat 1. Fucking, what am I doing? Hold on. Can I make this bigger? Okay, stat 1, stat 2, stat 3, stat 4, right? This is the negative. You would combine these two into one, which would give you another stat, and then your old stats. Then you would combine these two stats into a bigger stat, which would give you another stat, and then your negative. And then you would combine these two stats to turn into one omega positive. You would get another stat, another stat, and then this one. And then you would do the same thing over again to get a big stat, small, combine these two, and then this would be big. You would get your negative back, and then you would combine these two, you would get a positive. So it would just be like, you can't roll it, ever. Or really, like, the only time you would ever be able to roll it is, like, here. You would be able to roll it, like, at these two spots. Right. So that's about where, like, the current, like, if you could. And right now, the way that it works, at least the way they'd be talking about it, let's say you get two stats and you combine these two, right? For one big stat, and then you get another stat. You then lock this stat. That's a lock. That's a lock. It looks like a house. It's a lock. You lock this stat and then roll it. And let's say you roll it like 30 times, right? And you get the right stats. You then combine this here. This stat is still locked. You get your big stat. You get a second big stat that is correct. By the way, you still already have two very good stats. You get one RNG stat, and then your negative. Unless you're rolling your negative into the combined stat, which you could also roll a random negative. So you're hoping to get this as a decent positive, and this is a decent negative. And that's where I would stop. You could. Alternatively, if you got these as good stats, you could combine these two into a third. So you'd have a big stat, another big stat, and then a negative. And you just have to hope that this negative isn't awful. Right? Does that make sense? Did I make that clear? I think I got it. It's just a lot of layers of RNG. Getting to this point here is actually not as bad as I was thinking. You just have to kind of rely on luck for this here, right? Which you could get unlucky, yes, but that is kind of the rip of the game. If they just cut the system right here and allow us to combine one single stat and then lock that stat, the system instantly becomes better. And this is where I think Brozyme and I are at an odds. Because, yes, I agree that this part of the system that they're adding in is bullshit. I will engage in this part of the system a little bit. Like, just a little bit. Mostly for, like, weapons I really, really like. But I'm not going to this far. This is not happening. I won't do this. You're not getting triple positives out of me. I'm not doing that. Unless all of the combined stats are really good. Because then you don't really care that much. You just have to hope you get a decent enough or negative. If you can get a combo negative. I don't think so. I think it's specifically for positives. Playing in MS Paint, I'm having flashbacks for some reason. Thank you, Mr. Bungo. You truly overworked streamer. I do like the paint. I do like explaining in Paint. But it takes the bigger of the two, so you would want to use the negatives as a combine later, yeah? Yes. You have to try at least once for the Giga triple combine. Dude, maybe. I like a little bit of RNG, I don't know. But it takes the bigger of the two, so you would want to use the negative as a combine later. So you'd always get a positive after the evolve. Yes. Triple combo positives seem to be the epitome of statistic anomalies. Yes. Yes. Yeah. So this getting, let's say you get triple combine, and let's say this is viral. This is elemental damage. And then this is... Bro, if I'm honest, I would want this to be multi-shot. What other combined stat would I want here? Let's say there's just another combined stat that you really want, right? And then this is just minus zoom.
Bunk.
Weak point damage? But with a viral and an elemental build? I mean, you could, I guess. Triple combo positive seems to be the... Yeah, they are. They are. You get high enough viral and status chance you can save 2 mod slots with 60/60 mods? Yes. You can already do that with Rivens, to be fair. You would just be able to do it with 2 stats instead of 3. Right. This status damage is assuming there will be. Pablo did confirm that. But yeah, this is where I would stop with the system. Personally. Like this, and then maybe like my favorite weapons of all time here. Triple Bane. Dude, I wonder what combined Banes are going to be like anyway. Be the combined utility if they exist, plus radius. Yeah, dude, like explosion radius, like parkour speed, bark, parkour, like, I don't know. Okay.
Not understood. You can lock combo stats like any other stat. Reroll only gives base stats. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So but yeah, this is like just confirming it sucks, basically. TLDR. Like, I cannot believe it's this bad. It is unbelievably terrible. Further layers of gross RNG on Rivens with like a most meek and unintimidating ability to slightly affect the RNG. And it's also like not removing like clear problems and things that are useless in the Riven system, which is like disposition and stuff. I'd rather not have this change and keep the current awful system. Honestly, yeah. Because like I'm gonna tell you like the number.
Again, the biggest problem that he has with it is this part, is this end bit. Like again, it's this end bit. He's assuming that he always guarantee wants to have triple combined statuses, which I don't think is the case. I think especially if you're going like an elemental build, you'll go like viral elementalist and then multi-shot. Which, yes, that's still going to be very hard to roll, don't get me wrong. But even then, you could just roll viral status chance multi-shot. Or viral something else multi-shot. And it's still going to be a better mod than anything we have in the game. Right? Again, this is, like, straight up, the only big problem with this whole system is this bit right here. This is where it should stop. One combined stat. If you could only put one combined stat, done. Easy. Just a positive.
One thing that this is going to cause, the number one thing that this is actually going to cause is this is going to cause situations where, yeah, the actual best build for this thing by a lot is going to be a Riven. And it's going to be because of the stats that are unavailable on regular mods. Like being able to put together a mod that is like viral plus status damage plus multi-shot and like minus zoom, so all those stats are like insane, is like far and away it's going to replace like 4 fucking things. Yeah, I mean like it's basically like Rivens were already basically gambling, but they were gambling for a bunch of shit that like didn't like have any real effect in the vast majority of cases, and it's just bad. It's just bad and terrible the whole way down. Oh, also I've got another tweet from Pablo that is apparently where you're going to get this stuff isn't a new thing, but it's about as hard as an Archimedia, which like if that's going to mean it's another weekly, I'll tell you what, Riven material shit like this, a weekly I can safely fucking skip. Like, this is just fucking awful. I am 100% certain that the most hopelessly gambling addicted content creators are going to be like, this is what we've always asked for, and they're going to cope super fuck hard about it. But like,
I don't think it's what we always asked for, to be fair. Let's be clear. I just think it's neat. I think getting combined, like, weak point damage is a really cool stat. And I'm just thinking of all the weird possible things that we could now build with cool Rivens. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you can add weak point damage to, like, a Vectus Riven, the stat lock-in is something we wanted. Yeah, but I mean, he said, like, we wanted to lock multiple stats, and that's true, but also DE would not want that. They don't want us to have perfect God-rolled Rivens, because that means that every single mod, or every single weapon that you would ever want, you would have a God-rolled Riven for. As if you put enough Kuva into the system, you would eventually have a God-rolled Riven for every single weapon you own. Right? And that is a problem. Because they don't want you to have that. They don't want the Rivens to be the best mod to always equip. They want that layer of RNG so that you don't have them. You know? Those are made to give unused weapons a little competitive edge. That's why Riven disposition is a thing, but it didn't work. Yes. I also think Riven disposition still needs to just be removed in general. They could lower all of the top end Rivens down to 1.0. And all of the low-end Rivens up to 1.0. And then this system essentially is fine. Like, straight up, immediately. It's just a new toy to play with. Yeah. But, like, dude, there's gonna be so many situations where you're like, God, I wish I had Blast on this Riven. And you're gonna go and roll, or Blast on this weapon or something like that. And then you're gonna go and roll a Blast Riven, which arguably isn't going to be that hard, and then just roll it until you get, like, heat with the locked status in there, and then you'll just have blast heat, and then be able to mod for, like, viral. Like, blast heat on one Riven. Like, that's, you can already kind of do that, but you would be able to get, like, an extra status. Or elemental damage, it's going to be awesome. Like, again, the big thing that we should be hoping that they change is actually to make the system less overpowered at the high end, and by only allowing us to have one combined stat. Because if they make it so that we only have one combined stat, that just makes the system better, like flat out. Impact should scale crit chance. Impact? I mean, puncture does that, right? You could make impact scale status chance. Like in a different way than impact is staggers. Yeah. Yeah. Puncture does crit damage. Puncture is crit chance. Cold is crit damage. Yeah, 25% crit chance at max X. It's a flat crit like Avenger too. We're supposed to do 10 hours meta RB. I don't. Alright, continue.
This is so trash. Like, not to mention, like, we already know that, like, the resource needs for this, especially if this is going to be any kind of, like, a weekly limit or anything like that, is going to be...
I do think if they cap this to weekly, this resource, this one here, this one, to lock, or to combine, I think if they cap this resource weekly, I'm going to hate this system. Like, a lot. I'm gonna hate the system a lot if this is capped. And if honestly, it specifically because you're allowed to combine multiple stats onto the same Riven. If this is capped to like 3 a week, let's say, this system is terrible because you're never gonna be able to get more than 2. It just sucks. I was happy hearing it would help less popular guns and lessen the popular ones. Yeah. I mean, the problem is, like, Riven disposition's bad because the old, less popular weapons got incarnate evolutions, like the Burstin, and the Durstin, its fucking disposition is 1.35. Like, this is one of the best guns in the game with incarnate. Why is the disposition still 1.35? Right? And then a new weapon that comes out that's kind of trash, like the Sagek, is 0.8. Uh-huh. I don't think they would cap these new items because Riven ciphers aren't capped or just nowhere near possible of cap. Yeah, fair. I mean, it's possible. Standing offering along with a weekly. If it was a standing offering and farming, you have to farm it like daily for reputation and stuff, I think that's okay. I would be okay with that.
Trash. And like the idea of like having to like roll and like use the new material at the same time to like keep rolling while you have
I do think a new material is weird, to be fair. We could just use extra Kuva. I don't know.
Only one locked stat is so terrible. I don't want to be mad about this, but I can't help it because it's so awful. I think that if there wasn't like the like objective lie of like insinuating that people have been asking for locking one stat, that I would be
they didn't lie about that. We've asked for locking stats in general, and this is the like middle ground that they were allowed to accept. I think. Do it like a no-go bounty? I mean, that's fine. Sure.
less mad about it, but holy shit, it's terrible. And I think there's potential for Rivens to be a good system. And like I can even see a world where like this is good. But like the place you have to get to,
He's gonna say exactly what I said, isn't he? We're gonna have exactly the same take, except he's a lot more charged than I am.
for this to be good is like removing a bunch of RNG. Rivens need to become custom mods, basically. Exactly. And like I am a big proponent of like just removing disposition as a whole. Like disposition is like,
I said that,
like a complete joke and sham as it stands currently.
Correct.
Because like it's just not
it's completely worthless.
To, like, what the disposition was even supposed to originally do.
Yep.
It's like another system that DE doesn't even bother to manage anyway. What was disposition supposed to do? Disposition was supposed to discourage you from using better things by making the Rivens for them worse, but like that's just not what they do at all. Like it's supposed to make
it used to be, but then they made bad weapons good via the Incarnate system, and now it's all fucky. I don't know.
the Rivens stronger for shittier weapons, but what it actually does is they don't nerf the disposition for weapons like the Latron Incarnate or like the weapons that got Incarnates. So the Rivens for the weapons that are the best ones in the game are actually also the strongest. Like it just doesn't do its job at fucking all, because Incarnates came in and did what Rivens were supposed to do in the first place. On top of the changes they're doing here, remove disposition, remove stat ranges where the values can be plus minus 10% of the stat value, let you lock 3 stats. Yep, I 100% agree. Like, that's what this should be. This should be exactly that, Star. Normalize what the roles can actually be, where there's only like you have a negative or you don't have a negative version.
As much as I want custom mods like this, I fear that you would go out of your way to go find a Riven for every weapon you picked up. Every single one. Which would mean that you're spending a ton of platinum, or spending a ton of time going and looking for Rivens, opening Rivens. Right? Like, as the system currently stands, you test a weapon without a Riven first. And if you're like, this weapon's alright, you would not get a Riven for it. And if you really like the weapon, you get a Riven. But if we had custom mods, you would not think that, like, you would know that your weapon is subpar until you got a Riven and then rolled the proper perfect god rolled stats on it. Right? And even then, it wouldn't be really a roll. You would, like, at that point, like, why just let us pick the stats on the Riven? Right? I don't know. I feel like, okay, maybe here's the thing. If they lower the stats on Rivens down to where, like, the 0.8 multiplier is, like where the Sagak Prime is at, like this one here, all of them, every single Riven across the board, just always at 0.8, and then the stats are always the same on every single weapon, and we just are allowed to pick our stats, then I'm okay with that. Like that, then we just always have the same Rivens, right? But that's a different system entirely, isn't it? That's just not Rivens.
Of the positive stats, yeah, just like letting you lock multiple stats, getting rid of dispo entirely, like, yeah, absolutely, like that's what this should be. And then we'd be looking at like the combined stats and being like, wow, they removed a bunch of this annoying shit, and now we have like more interesting things to dive deeper into with like this deeper system. And then the only big barrier you'd have at that point is the ability to actually get like the specific Riven type you want would maybe need to be addressed, but that'd be a way lesser problem than the actual RNG on the Riven mods themselves. But yeah, this is
true.
This is just terrible. And
I'm gonna sneeze. Sneezing. Sneeze time. Huh? Am I sneezing? Nope.
Like, you know, like legitimately, it is a immediate souring of like what we can expect in the Naran update, I think, because like we know that like probably if not two, at least one thing is just going to be full of a bunch of Riven slop garbage in its drop tables, and that's just going to make it worse for me.
Again, if they just remove the fact that you could put 3 combined stats on one Riven and just make it a lock to 1, I think a lot of his issues with this system is immediately resolved. Right?
But yeah, like improvements happening to the Riven system 13 years later or whatever, probably it's actually like, what, 11 years later or whatever.
Is that his issue?
Like 11 years later.
His issue is he hates the Riven system in general, like across the board, which I get it. I understand. His issue is he wants it to be custom mods, but that was never what the Riven system was supposed to be. But it ended up being way worse than we expected, and it's kind of just part of Warframe now. It's too late. You can't, like, take it out.
And them not even being equivalent to, like, some of the greedier gacha games is crazy. Like, radio silence and nothing changing was a more hopeful outlook for Rivens than this shit. But yeah, like...
Well, hold on. Let's not forget that all of the resources we get for this are farmed in-game. And the systems for, like, greedy gacha games are usually purchased with real money. You can. Can you buy? You can buy Kuva, right? Can you buy Kuva in the market? Can you buy Kuva? No. I mean, you could. Can you get it here? No. You can't buy Kuva? Yeah, this is Brozyme, to be fair. Yeah, this is Brozyme. He's a long-time Warframe content creator. Genuinely makes good content, by the way. I like him. I have liked him for a long time. But I am allowed to still disagree with him even though I like him, just FYI. I respect his opinions, that's why I want to listen to him.
To reiterate, the most horrifically gambling addicted content creator or person on Reddit you know will be thrilled about this. Like, they will look at locking a single stat and be like, wow, that'll fix it, and it just fucking won't.
It does, to be fair, it does fix the low end, or it helps the low end, not fix, it's still RNG, but that's kind of Warframe in a nutshell, isn't it? Everything we do is RNG. You do a mission, you have an RNG reward. We even have an RNG frame. I know people that go to specific spots in dojos and shit to, like, roll Rivens because they think it's more lucky.
Putting the change in such a way where it destroys their value to D is foolhardy. Why do you believe this would destroy their value? Why do you people believe that removing layers of RNG destroys value? Why? Why do you fools fucking exist?
This is going to be an easier Riven to roll. This price is going to go down. Is that not what we're talking about? Somebody's going to spend 25,000 platinum on that. That's $1,000.
Pop. You think that randomness and uncertainty creates value, you fucking morons. You can just make the farm long. That's it. That's all you have to fucking do is make the farm kind of long. That will create so much fucking value just by fucking doing that. Like, holy fucking...
Okay, yeah, but again, it's a different system. They have a long farm on top of a gamble, and that's why they're expensive. Even if they made the farm 40 hours to get one God Roll Riven, that God Roll Riven is only going to be like 2,000 platinum. Which is still a lot, don't get me wrong, but it's not 25,000. Would you lock a good positive or a good negative? Depends on the weapon. If it was like Praetos, or not Praetos, Fenmore, I'd lock like a negative crit chance. Yeah, I mean you could literally take this and go Torrid. Yeah, multi-shot's not even good on Torrid. Right? Like realistically, like you want Toxin. Right? We're looking at people who have no idea what they're talking about, right?
Christ. Oh my fucking god. You are poisoned. Your brain is poisoned. Like, it is unbelievable that you believe that the value only exists because it is shit-ass RNG. People buy plat to buy Rivens, people get Riven, people know buy Riven. You can still buy fucking Rivens, even if they're easier to get. It would just mean there's a higher supply of meaningful Rivens and that a player could actually choose to go and farm a thing, as opposed to buying a fucking slot machine. You are a moron. This is a digital item. There's no limit to the amount of them that can be fucking created. You are poisoned. You have venom in your fucking blood.
So again, I'm gonna disagree with him here. He's very angry about this, by the way. But to be fair, the RNG that's here is creating an artificial number of how few there are. Right? The levels to RNG and the reason why the Rivens are so expensive. Now, unrolled Rivens, yeah, those are still gonna be like fucking like this probably will go up. Like if I go to a Burson Riven and remove all this and go to yeah, fuck you. Burston. And go to unrolled Burson Rivens. Fuck you, dude. Swap. Swap the thing. Swap the thing. Price descending. Price ascending. Search. Yeah, so there you go. Unrolled Rivens for Burstons are still going to be 350 platinum. And this is almost 200 rolls. Correct me, but no Riven is the same? Correct, yeah. They all have RNG stats. And then also RNG rolls on those stats. Which is why, like, Rivens that are, I don't know, triple A tier rolls on the positives are so expensive, right? It's because that's very rare.
Holy shit, dude. Like, oh my god, fucking buy a picture of a fucking monkey for a...
Yeah, he makes build guides. Yeah, he's a big Warframe creator. He's almost 200k subs. Yeah, he just makes videos, builds. Yeah. Anyways.
$10 million. Rivens do not have to be this fucking RNG box bullshit to have value to DE's fucking bottom line. Like, it is unbelievable dog shit. You should not think this way. It is unironically a disease for you to believe that gambling creates value like this. I don't think there's going to be enough pushback for this for them to change it before the update comes out. Yeah, I'm sure there won't be. This is so far away from them. Do you guys remember? So this is a thing where,
I mean, he's not wrong. There's probably not going to be. There's enough people that are like, oh yeah, this system's great, and there won't be any changes. I do wish that there was a couple changes. I'm okay. Like, I like a little bit of gambling from here and there. I like a little bit. You know, I like a little gambling. I've never gone to like a casino. I've never gambled real money. I've gambled the in-game funny money, but I've never gambled like real money. But I do like gambling a little bit. It's just fun. It can be. This system maybe is a little too gambly, but I've also had fairly decent luck with it, and you know, it's not that bad. And if they just make it so that you can only put one combined stat on, this is an upgrade to this system. But adding it so that you can do 3 combined stats is fucking unhinged. Because if you could just do 1 combined stat, and you're like, okay, cool, I want a viral damage on this Riven, and then I roll multi-shot and crit damage and then minus zoom, all I have to do is lock the viral, and then roll the Riven from there. Right? That's not that bad. It's better than it is currently. You'd have to roll less Rivens, or less mods.
like, the normal player base can't handle this.
Less stats.
They can't handle this, just like they couldn't handle the ability to re-roll how your fucking dog looks for platinum directly as a marketed thing that you could do
that is
whenever
something they could
Kubros
do.
came out. Rolling to get the Lotus look for your dog. This is just that. This is that amount of gambling, if not literally worse, because it's non-cosmetic. So I'm getting ready to post the video and get mega depressed from the comments. I won't be depressed about it. I know that this tickles the fucking lizard brain of people.
He said lizard brain! I'm a lizard! Yo! Okay, but for real, he's right. I mean, it does tickle the lizard brain of people. But, I don't know, I mean... They mentioned the combined stats result in a random effect, or is it always the same outcome if you're combining the same two effects? It looks like it's always the same. Like, here it looks like you lose these two and you gain specifically weak point damage, and then a random trait. Also, is this a weirdly specific number? Is 100% weak point damage a weirdly specific number? Do we actually get RNG rolls on these mods? Or are they always the same? Are they always the same? Takes the highest number of the two combined stats. But there's no correlation here at all. It's 303% and 62.4%, and it equals 100%. So it is an RNG roll. Okay. So it still has a rating. Okay. I understand. It still has a rating. That's okay. That's how the system works currently. That's what I read. Okay. Whoop.
Like, people will just eat this shit up because they just love to see the numbers. They just roll the thing. Just put your money in the fucking machine.
To be fair, I'm interested because of the specific new combined stats, and I plan to only actually combine, like, maybe one or two. Usually one. The perfect average on the roll, not the stat. Okay.
Win big. You will win. Just don't quit. Gamblers quit before they win. Fucking just gamble. Make the fucking neurons fire. Like, that's just how people are. And it makes me so unbelievably fucking sad. But that is just the way it is. I know. The Rivens are cool, but they don't make or break the game. I have, like, maybe 3 builds in my entire library that use Rivens. Sure. I mean, like, for me, I want to see changes in the Riven system. That would mean that it's a good system for players to interact with and to be able to play longer term without it being a abusive system.
To be fair, this does also make this a much more accessible system to new players, or newer players. Because locking at least one stat means you can have multi-shot on a Riven, or roll multi-shot on a Riven, lock that stat, and then roll from there. To be fair, it's not an early game system at all. At all. You need Kuva, you're gonna need the new resource, and you're gonna need the second new resource just to be able to do all of this. So it's always going to be a shitty system for new players. But a lot of people that don't use Rivens because it's complicated, and if you want one for your gun, you gotta trade. Yeah, fair. The system, to be fair, I don't think Rivens are that expensive or that complicated, but yeah. But there's a tax to it, yes.
I like this when I first heard of it because I thought it was going to be one combo stat per Riven and multiple stat locking. Turns out it's the other way around. If it was that,
Bunk.
I would be on board. That's the thing. That's the thing, right? Like, you misconstrued the changes as being good instead of dog shit, right? And, like, yeah, I get it. Like, if your first impression of this was it's going to be good because you're like, oh yeah, multiple stat locking and a cool combined stat on the Rivens. That sounds interesting. Yeah, that would be interesting. That would be better. But, like, this way, it just isn't. Yeah, this is true. For anyone who's just joining, the way this works, and the thing they're adding combined stats, so you can combine 2 specific stats into a new specific stat that's not been previously available, which adds layer upon layer of additional RNG.
Okay.
You get multiple.
So you know how I said that we were going to have the same take? We have the same take, basically. I just don't think that they should be custom mods. But that's specifically because I don't want Rivens to be the mod that you put into every single weapon no matter what. Like, they already are that, but you have to at least roll for it, and not everybody's going to have that. If they were custom mods, like he's suggesting, they shouldn't be Rivens, and they should just be given to us baseline. Does that make sense? But he's thinking of a much different system, which was more like a crafting system. That would be kind of cool. Like a Path of Exile crafting system. And get a resource. Farm that resource. Yo, actually, that would be really cool. If you could farm, like, different types of resources from different places. They were like a rare drop or whatever. And it was just like, hey, you can use this resource as well as, like, 20,000 Kuva. And it just puts crit damage on your mod. You know? Huh? Huh? Level up the Riven sets? Sure, yeah, why not? For custom mods are missing one factor. They would have to reduce the power that... Yeah, I mean, they could do that pretty easily, though. I play a ton of PoE, so hearing we get Fracture Orbs for Riven, I was already pumped. Yeah, right? Like, Valence Fusion for Rivens, and you pick the stats? Sure, yeah. Make us do a Lich. Make us do a Kuva Lich. And then have it, like, based off of the element that you picked. You have, like, one of 5 stats you could choose. You can get a blank and start from there? Sure. Oh god, please, no more. Okay, no, but Lich is like the Coda version.
Combined stats, so on and so forth.
Hi, how's it going?
And then on top of that, you can lock one singular stat. Limiting it to one lock and also taxing you to keep the lock is so stupid. It's unbelievably fucking stupid. Yeah, it's terrible. And it's like, yeah. And honestly, just the way this is written is, again, a slap in the face. Second, a request for Rivens we've heard for years. Locking a stat. Just, again, to address this, me personally, cannot believe this is the real takeaway of any living person at Digital Extremes.
I have heard locking one stat before from other creators. I have heard this. Locking one stat... Dude, one of the things I said in the past is, like, even if they let us lock one stat, I would be happy. You know what I mean? Huh? I have said that before. And that's what this is. There's still RNG to it, obviously. That's kind of the thing. But, like... Murmur Liches went soon. I would do anything if you can target farm a Riven. That would be really cool. Pre-watched. Me? On this?
People have been requesting locking one stat.
Yeah.
Is beyond the pale of a sentence that is a real sentence you could put on the internet and feel is really true. Like, there is just actually no way this is truly believed. Like, I have...
Just wait.
Like, no one has ever requested this, I would argue. Like, unless someone was doing, like, the copium of being, like, the meek, like, you could let us lock at least one stat. I'm not asking for much, DE. Because people do that. But...
Oh, he did... okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. So we do have the same brain. We're just different. He's just been dealing with the system for fucking 13 years, and I haven't, so... We are the same. Okay.
Like, this is beyond the fucking pale. Like, it is so bad. It's just, I can't even. And like, it's like to go even beyond, like, this answer is crazy. This answer is crazy. In the face of, like, this addition of further RNG into this system, saying that, like, there's no combos of the combos yet is crazy. That, like, the amount of RNG that would be, like, in the system at that point if there were combos.
Yeah, it would. So, okay. He should just retire. Honestly, well, we'll not get into that. Can I, I don't want to share this. Can I clear it? Can I just, no, I don't want to share it. No, try again. Just fucking, you know what? Stop. Fucking open a new thing. Don't save it. Okay. If we could combine multiple stats together that are combined already, let's say you could, just once. Just once, by the way, just once. Here's what you would do. You would get your first 2 stats, right? You would combine these 2 into a bigger stat. It would give you 1 random, and then you would be at this situation. Larger equals more combined, right? You would then have this combined stat combine here to a second big combined stat, and then an extra stat, right? From here, you would be able to roll here, by the way. You'd be able to roll. So you'd get your correct second stat. From here, you have to combine these 2. This will give you a big one, like an even bigger one, and then 3 small ones. Now you can lock this, right? This can be locked, so you have a chance to lock here. You have a chance to lock here. You have a chance to lock here. right? And then you can get the right stats. Then, from here, you can combine a stat into a smaller stat, like this. And here's where it starts to get fucking absurd. Because this isn't even the absurd part yet. Getting 2 stats that you like is actually not that bad, and it's still pretty bad. Don't get me wrong. The level of RNG here is already a lot. Right? Right? Because you have, like, if you wanted this to be perfect, and this be like MS and Zoom, right? This would be difficult. You would probably end up re-rolling a lot from here, and then going back to this step a lot, right? So here's where it starts to get crazy. If, for whatever reason, which would happen a lot, these 2 stats are bad, you lock this, and you go back a step, and then you find that combination again until you're back here again. And then once you finally get this combination to be correct, you would combine these. And then you would get to here, where you'd have 2 combined second statuses. You would immediately combine this into a second large status, or second large stat. You would get 1 random stat, which could be like status duration or some shit. And then this, your negative, which is fine. You'd have this same negative throughout the entire time. Right? This negative still maintains. Right? So even getting to this point, not so bad. You'd still be, this would be 100 rolls deep, minimum. Right? Minimum. Then, from here, which is the crazy point, you now need these 2 to roll properly again. So not only did you have to get it to roll properly here, but you also needed to get it to roll properly here. 100, you are being positive. Correct. I am being positive specifically for this. Just hold on. If you got lucky after 100 rolls here, you would combine these, and then you would have a big stat with a big stat, and a medium stat with a random negative. And if this random negative happened to be like minus damage, then you're dead. And you have to re-roll from here. Or sorry, not here, here. That's what would happen if we could get combined stats on combined stats. Ack. You can merge a positive and a negative. They show that right here. Although I think this is, like, I think negative multi-shot is the same as regular multi-shot, so it would be basically damage and multi-shot kind of thing. You know what I mean? PoE crafting? Yes. It's PoE crafting with more RNG. Because at least with PoE crafting, you can be like, okay, I'm getting here, I'm going to lock this stat, I'm going to roll like crazy, I get like 4 decent stats, and then I like fracture it, or whatever the thing is. You lock all the stats but like 3 of them at the bottom, and then you craft on top of that, and then you add like an orb that specifically adds like one of 5 different things, and then you choose from one of those 5, and then you've got your weapon, and you're like, okay, well, cool, that's not that bad. No idea what this is, and I'm sitting on thousands of Riven mods and never use them. Is it a good idea to sell them? If so, how much should I sell them for? If you want to just interact with the Riven system really, really lightly, just do this. And sell veiled Riven mods like this. You can just sell, each one of these Rivens are always 10 platinum minimum. I would sell them just for like 14. People will buy them at like 15 a pop. Like this guy here has 198 of these, and they'll buy 6 at a time. They'll buy 20 at a time, actually. Like, if you want to sell them and you don't want to ever interact with the system, just sell them raw. People will buy them. Ugh! I was in her face, Jesus. Like, damage plus multi-shot? The weak point damage, but what about the others? Yeah, we don't know what they are. They could all be trash. And then this change doesn't do anything. But there is elementalist damage, we already know that. Okay.
It's beyond any kind of gotcha bullshit you've ever experienced.
That's not true at all. You want me to explain the what's that MMO that came out? I shouldn't do this. What's that MMO that came out? Korean MMO. It's a top-down one. Lost Ark. So Lost Ark had a gem system where you would get a gem and then you had to upgrade that gem. Right? If you upgraded that gem, you had like a 90% chance. It's probably the first like 10 upgrades were like 100% chance. You could like guarantee it, right? To go from there, you had to farm a resource, first of all. And second, you had to upgrade it again. So let's say up to 10 to 20 was a 70% chance. Right? So you had a pretty decent chance to get to 20. To go from 20 to 50, you would have a 40% chance. And by the way, this is for every upgrade. Every single time you click the upgrade button, it's 1. 40% chance. And if you fail any of these percent chances, the gem breaks. There were 40 of these gems. You could equip them in every single slot of your equipment 2 times. This is an objectively superior RNG system than that. They're both trash, don't get me wrong, but it's just better. What am I on about? I'm just talking about like gacha systems being trash.
I think that's just Pablo just trolling. I mean, I have to hope that's the case. I don't know, man. Like
You
I
got
said,
to like
I
sub
have
1%.
little
Yeah,
to
I think
no
so.
Hope, that the people that are even paying attention to Rivens or this news are not hopelessly gambling addicted and will see locking a stat as a fucking like the blessing of God upon their fucking empty bowls. But like this is trash. Like this, my reaction to this is, man, this is gonna make some of the farms in the Naren update absolutely not worth my goddamn time ever, and that's unfortunate. Like there will be content that this stuff drops from that will just be a waste of my fucking time, because this is a waste of my fucking time. Like absolute trash. Also, yeah, there absolutely are people who are like way deep in the paint addicted to the slot machine of Rivens.
And before the void heard my desire for a universal faction damage mod in the monkey paw curls, and it's a combined stat from having 4 faction damage stats on the Riven.
That's crazy. Seems will be the focus of reward, so I expect nothing else dropping there. Yeah. This is gonna be a go.
I might be
get
thinking
Naren
BDO.
from whatever.
It was
new
one of those
content
games I
is
can't
and probably
remember.
Get the fuck out. Like I can only hope that this new content also has like other meaningful rewards in it.
It will. They usually do. They usually do. If they involve anything with Rivens, they typically do. Yeah. I mean, think about this system here. The circuit. Like we always get Steel Essence here. You always get a couple of Arcanes. Jimmy Chonka, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. How you doing? Right? You can also just choose not to get Rivens. Or just choose not to do them at all, which is easy. I don't do them.
Besides this shit, that's like my only hope, because this is so bad. Like this,
You make Rivens the most broken mods. They use 4+ mods in one slot. Yeah.
Omniforma blueprint of the update. Like, congratulations, you got a Riven stat combiner. Cool. I got nothing. I got a chore, arguably. I got the ability to theoretically need to spend 1 million kuva on one thing. Cool. Awesome. Like, it's just...
Again, the big thing, in my opinion, of this change is that a single locked stat, even, will reduce the RNG of the Riven by a lot. The problem that he's looking at, which I entirely agree with, is multiple combined stats. And again, specifically ignoring that you can do 2 more combined stats, just doing 1 is great. Because then you're only rolling 2 stats and then 1 negative. It's lowering the RNG of general Rivens. Like, God-rolled Rivens currently, which are like crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot minus zoom, are going to be easier to roll because you can just lock the multi-shot at a high rank. They might lock the resource under the weekly. If they lock the resource under the weekly, I'll be mad. 100%. I hope they please stop doing weeklies.
It is truly unbelievable. It is truly unfucking believable. This is like 1/10,000th of an Omni BP. Yeah. I am going to go off.
To be fair, I won't ever craft another Omni blueprint, Omniform blueprint, but I will roll more Rivens.
Offline. And I'm probably going to go to sleep after just posting.
I wish the combined stat was auto lock.
I just need to fucking.
I agree.
Fucking lay down and just stare into space because unbelievable shit. But yeah, I'm gonna get my initial reaction off the stream, put that in the front of the video, and then post this whole conversation on YouTube. And then I'm gonna hope that people. Goodbye. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone. Marcus, new 240.
That's funny. Okay. I understand his points. He's very angry, though. I don't think he needs to be that angry, but I get it. I get why. I understand. Like, his points make sense. We made the same points. We talked about the high-end RNG of these Rivens being incredibly high now. Like, way higher than they were before. But the getting a viral Riven plus, like, multi-shot crit damage minus zoom is going to be easier. Like, objectively, it's just you're rolling 2 less stats. Like, you'll have to roll a little bit to get, the viral, but it didn't take me long to get specifically Toxin. And then I would have locked Toxin to roll for Cold. And then once I got Cold, I would have combined both to viral, locked the viral, and then rolled from there. Now, obviously that's going to take a bunch of the new resource. We don't know what the mission is like. Maybe the mission sucks. Maybe it's Foley's Hunt all over again. But, I don't know. They're not going to allow the single elements on the base rolls not combine. Like, if a Riven has Cold and Electric, they won't combine into Magnetic unless you evolve it. I don't know. Probably not. They're probably not changing it at all. At least we know he's passionate, at least. Agreed. Yeah, he's very passionate. We know this. He's been a Warframe creator for a very long time. What if the combined stat was something you don't want the future? What do you mean? What if the combined stat was not... You'd need a new Riven? A dumb way of approaching it. What do you mean? Following you talking, Marcus. Oh! Wish the combined stat was auto-lock? Oh, true. True. Wait, is this system in TFD? I've never played TFD. Is this system in TFD? Oh, sorry. I should go like that video. I had a lot of fun watching it, actually. I had a lot of fun watching this. It's a good video. He gets very angry. Daily react sessions is great. I don't like doing react streams, but it was important because he made good points. Was the only reason Warframe introduced Omni format? It sucks to say this, man. Yeah, true. To be fair, I think it's just a good thing. The locking of one trait for rolling is, yes. Really? Maybe I should play TFD. To at least understand. He doesn't get angry like that often. The last time I saw him angry like that was the first time they introduced the Riven system. Like 11 years ago. TFD had that. Okay. Okay, I didn't know that. You might want a new Riven at that point. Yeah. I don't know. Again, if they limit the system to only locking one stat, which is, I get it. Like, I wished for one locking stat at least, right? That's what I said at one point. then you could do one combined stat and then lock it at one combined stat. Is TFT dead? Is it dead? That's a higher peak than I remember seeing from them. I cannot prove it, but I think the Honoria system also came from TFT. That doesn't surprise me. But they've talked about it for a long time. If you're combining you all in at that point, I do think combining a single stat is interesting enough that they could leave it at that. They could leave it at a single stat. They could be like, hey, yeah, you can now combine stats, and surprise, there's like elemental damage, and also you can combine to like viral and like blast and all this stuff. It's already very powerful if you combine one stat. Like, officially called TFT dead in that the gameplay loop does not retain players. Maxon. Who's Maxon? Nexon? But I have no issues partaking in the new, because at the end of the day, it's going to be the truest way to min-max your weapon. Yeah. If you're combining you all in, yeah. Yeah. If you're trying to get triple combined, don't bother. It's not worth it. I sneeze. Now I'm going to sneeze. Now it's happening. Ah. Yep, I sneezed. Yep, that was a sneeze. Bless you. Thanks. Thanks, man. You misspoke. So Nexon, yeah, the company. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Should we do a mission before we end stream? I've done like one mission all day. We just spent all day talking about Riven changes and shit. Which is fine, I get it. I forgot to do this. I don't really want to. But the fact that you could, though, imagine the luck, the validation, to roll like a triple combined stat Riven. Dude, okay. Fucking goddamn. If we look at our possible combinations here, let's say all of this stuff exists, right? This is far more than we're expecting. There's going to be a lot of stats here that don't exist. But let's say we had ammo efficiency here. Because this would be really good for blast weapons, like explosive weapons. Oh. Blast radius. Let's say you get blast radius. And then let's say you get let's say you want something else. Let's say homing. Now, you know what? Explosion on death. You get an acid shells effect. And then you get minus zoom. Do you know how expensive a Riven like that would be? Do you guys all understand how rare getting something like that would be? You would need to roll whatever combines into ammo efficiency. And then while this is locked, combining whatever this is, into blast radius, and then when this gets combined, you have to get lucky enough to roll the exact thing for this with the negative, combine them, and then hope to God it rolls zoom. Your rally works fine? For what? Oh, her Marilyn is bugged. I get why. Oh yeah, Daft Punk. Yeah, her Marilena is bugged. A lot of things don't work on her Marilena. Wonder if D is trying to course correct the Riven market? Probably. Can't use helmet abilities while on Marilena? Yeah. Damn. Damn. That was a whole 4-hour stream talking about specifically the Riven changes. That's fucked up. I didn't think there was that much to talk about with them. That's crazy. We ended up going back and forth like a lot, actually. Holy schmoly. This person rated me, right? That's how this worked? That's why I know this person? Are they a giant fucking kraken? What is this? I don't know this person. I don't remember this person. I'm scared. I'm scared. We're going here. Isn't Rivens like the main source of money for DE? No. Main source of money for DE is like Forma packs, Forma bundles. We spoke less than we listened to Angry Zyme. We did, to be fair, listening to Angry Zyme was very entertaining. It was very entertaining. Alright, we're raiding. We're raiding out. We're gonna raid Savvy. I like Savvy. Savvy's fun. I'm gonna, let me share an image of the new, hold on. Can I get to this before I forget? Or before can I find it? I have to download the image. Okay, hold. Alright, I'm gonna flash it on screen for half a second. You guys ready? It's gonna flash on screen in the top left. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, ah! Alright, that's all you get. That's all you get. Quick time event. Alright, we'll be back on Sunday of next week. Unless, for whatever reason, there's something we have to, like, stream for a reason. Just a Gamer, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Cool. Yeah. Hopefully next week we actually play the GTA 5 Chaos mod again, because I had a lot of fun with that the last couple times. But I do have some videos I have to finish for that one before anything else, but whatever. But thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate you. I'm glad we had some good conversations about that. It was a really fun time, honestly. I'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Bye, everybody. Bye. Bye. Where's Savvy? Bam. Alright, I'm just waiting until I wait a couple seconds before I end stream. But hi, YouTube. Bye, everybody. See you later. See you guys. Bye-bye.